Don't start second guessing yourself.
I'd like to call to order the Charter Township of Chesterfield Regular Township Board meeting for Tuesday, June 27th, 2023 at 7 p.m. to order. Could we all stand, face the flag for the Pledge of Allegiance? Clerk Berry, could you call the roll?
Supervisor Kersten.
Here.
Treasurer Elliott.
Here.
Trustee Anderson.
Here.
Trustee Joseph. Here. Trustee DeMink.
Here.
Trustee Bossberg.
Here.
Clerk Berry is here.
Item 4, approval of agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
So moved.
Trustee Joseph, supported by Supervisor Kersten. Clerk Berry.
Trustee Anderson.
Here.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee DeMink.
Aye.
Trustee Bossberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye.
Item 5, presentations. Chief Miller, the floor is yours.
Good evening, Mr. Supervisor, honorable board members. We wanted to come before the board this evening for recognition for some special efforts by a young member of our community who did a tremendous project for Chesterfield under the auspice of his Eagle Scout project. We're very fortunate to have with us tonight Adrian Carreon, who has a much cooler uniform than I do. Wow. Yeah.
I'd say you're much better. You actually you actually have a job.
We'll find you another badge. Adrian approached us some time ago at the fire department with a great project, and he worked with Inspector Steve Rogers from our organization and with our Leisure Services, Parks and Recs department. And what they did, if you look on the board up here, he developed a plan, sought funding, sought permission from property owners, constructed the signs, and put them in place. Thanks to Adrian, we now have a system along the Salt River where folks that are enjoying time by the water, kayaking, fishing, whatever, if there's an emergency, they have a point of reference, one of these colored signs that indicates where they're at. And should a 911 call come in, we can rapidly identify where they're located and how we can get to them. This has been passed out to all the emergency units in the township as well as to dispatch. And along with that, we also are planning for a future sign at the Weber Paddle Park, which will be placed right by the parking area, which will explain the system for folks when they come to visit. Tremendous effort on behalf of Adrian, and we congratulate you on that and on achieving his Eagle Scout that way. So this evening, I'd like to present Adrian with the issued by our department, the Chief's Award for Excellence, which is an award that we normally give to the fire department members, someone in public safety. We're going to give this to Adrian tonight in appreciation for his efforts. A very nice job. And normally, a member of the fire department would get a ribbon that they wear in the uniform.
I have space in the back.
So I wanted to present him tonight with a challenge coin that is the Chief's Award for Excellence also. Great job, Adrian.
All right. Well, I never expected to actually speak at this meeting, but here we are. For Chesterfield Township, I would like to thank you guys for letting me do my Eagle Scout project here. It's for every Eagle Scout, there's always been two kind of projects. It's either something like this, well, to this effect, or it's a park bench. So, for me, I want to be proud to say that I didn't do a bench. I wanted to do something that would actually help our community. And Sergeant Steve Rogers originally gave me some proposals for what I should do my Eagle Scout project for. One of them was to put reflective tape on fire hydrants so that firefighters could just shine a light down the road and they could just see where the fire hydrants are. And the other was this. This was a lot harder, and during my court of honor, he said he would not expect me to take this one because this was the hardest one out of all, especially since for me to get the signs out there, I needed to get homeowner permission aside from getting the township's permission to get signs on city property. They did not expect me to go over to the homeowners before I actually got council permission to actually go over to the homeowners. So that was a surprise for them. But anyways, continuing on, back over there, you can actually see a visualized progression of how the project went over from the meetings to getting approved by the Boy Scouts, all the way to its finalization. And, well, after 2 years, especially with COVID, it's been a ride. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor.
Thank you, Chief Miller. Item 6, department reports. Department reports will start out tonight with Treasurer Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. From the tax department, from the summer tax bills will be in the mail this weekend. The taxes can be paid on July 1st. There's a substantial increase in your taxable value due to inflation. So for your convenience, what we have done is we have made your tax bill available today online. It is in a view-only mode because we cannot accept taxes until July 1st. If you have any questions, feel free to call our office at the 586-949-0400 extension 6. From a SEMCOG update, I am currently the Chesterfield Township delegate for the General Assembly for SEMCOG, which is the Southeast Michigan Council of Governments. Trustee Vosberg is the alternate. We attended the SEMCOG General Assembly meeting on Thursday, June 22nd in Taylor. I also serve as the alternate to the Macomb County Township SEMCOG Executive Committee. So what we did at the last Thursday's meeting is I nominated Lennox Township Supervisor to be a member of the Transportation Coordinating Council. And that is so we have somebody from the Anchor Bay area as a local representative on this very important committee, which works on long-range transportation policies. We also recognize the Wayne County Treasurer and the President of Visit Detroit as regional ambassadors for their work in Southeast Michigan. We have also recognized the Regional Showcase Award was given to Oak Park. We here at Chesterfield also received one last year. This regional award was for the 9-mile redesign in Linear Park. It has created a regional corridor and development area. What will happen there in Oak Park, what they've done is they took a major thoroughway, which is 9-mile road, and they've redeveloped that so it has a pathway, it has some parks, it has green space. This is important, and it spurred a lot of ideas. Chesterfield Township was awarded a SEMCOG planning grant last year for the Salt River Greenway. It has been a successful collaboration between Chesterfield Township and the other municipalities. That final report will be presented in a future meeting. This week, we were also awarded a M59 corridor planning grant. This will be the beginning of a collaboration between Macomb County, Macomb Township, Clinton Township, Sterling Heights, Shelby, and Utica. As we continue to engage with these partners, we will be discussing how that M59 corridor connects with the Gratiot corridor, and that will begin the next phase of another planning grant we'll be working on next year. Thank you.
Trustee Domingue.
Announcements from the Parks and Rec Leisure Services Department. Summer concerts will be hosted at Brandenburg Park this summer for 4 weeks, August 3rd to 24th. Follow us on Facebook for the most up-to-date information on the summer schedule, Chesterfield Township Parks and Recreation. And finally, the fall brochure, fall information will be published mid-August for programs occurring September through December. Thank you for your continued community-wide support.
Trustee Anderson?
Thank you. 2 items here. First one on Saturday, July 8th, between 10 and 4 p.m., and Sunday, July 9th, 10 to 3 p.m. There will be a World War II reenactment at our historical village. They'll be hosting the Michigan Military Technical and Historical Society and public demonstrations of authentic World War II combat encampment life and vehicle displays. The event will feature both an Allied and Axis encampment for public displays, with 2 public battles on both days, 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. You can bet on the outcome. Military vehicles will be on display. Food and drink will be available for purchase. Entrance fee is a donation of $1 per person or $2 per family. My second thing is the Chesterfield Township Fire Department is gathering public information for their upcoming accreditation. Residents and business owners are encouraged to visit the fire department's website and complete the short external stakeholder survey. There will also be an in-person question and answer session this summer where residents can help develop the department's strategic plan, which will guide growth over the next 5 years. Visit chesterfieldfire.org for more information. Thank you.
Trustee Joseph?
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Just a quick update from the Library Commission. The Township Library Board met this past week on June 21st. They're carefully looking at their future and what they would like to do in terms of meeting the needs of the township in the way of library accommodation. So one of the ideas that the board has talked about was contracting with a firm to conduct their strategic plan. They have had an RFP out for quite some time, and after interviewing 7 very qualified companies, they've settled on a company by the name of Fast Forward Libraries firm. They expect to have basically half of the assessment done this year and the second half of the strategic plan completed first half of next year, with an anticipated date of maybe February to give some kind of updates as to what their strategic plan is looking like. They do plan to have a draft available at the next meeting. Additionally, they're reviewing their budget process and conducting their fiscal year audits. I will give just great credit to the library board. They do a great job of managing their funds and keeping very close tabs on what they spend. So fairly productive library meeting, and we're all waiting to see what the kind of strategic plan is for the upcoming years and really decades perhaps. So that's all from the library.
Clerk Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. I know we have a very long agenda tonight, so I'm not going to go into much detail regarding the election updates that I have for you, but I will be preparing a comprehensive presentation to be made to the board at one of our meetings in July. Thank you.
I'm going to do mine also before. Bassmaster Tournament is on course and on schedule for July 27th through the 30th at Brandenburg Park. We're still looking for volunteers and sponsors to help us join. As of now, it is getting a lot of attention, and we hope to expand that. It's going to be a great event for the township and highlight Brandenburg Park in particular, but also City of New Baltimore and our surrounding businesses. There are several renovation plans that we have been working on. We will update those in the next coming board sessions. This will include the fire stations, the public safety police station, and Township Hall and South. And we'll have a separate conversation about those when the final costs do come in. To piggyback on what Trustee Joseph had indicated with the community center and the Anchor-based school purchase, we have re-kicked off those meetings now that they have a plan. Anchor-based school has a plan moving forward. We had some great initial discussions. We will schedule more in-depth meetings. It will happen in late August, and also as part of that, the the library has been re-engaged in that discussion for a joint use in some capacity. Side note, we've begun discussions, as we addressed tonight, is the replacement of Fire Station Number 2 in some capacity, in some location. We've reached out to some architectural firms to begin that process. We'll bring that request back to the board to begin planning that for future dates. And on top of that, we've also finalized some true costs to several capital plan projects that we've discussed in the past. We hope to group those all together, bring them back to the board for review sometime. Our target date right now is July 25th, and that will also encompass a conversation of potential bond sales to fund these projects, as previously mentioned. And our bond counsel and bonding agent will be present at those meetings. This week we had a visit from one of Governor Whitmer's liaisons from Macomb County. We gave her a tour, much as what we've done to all the state and federal elected officials. Toured Chesterfield Township. We spent a lot of time with them, trying to highlight several positive projects that we're working on here in the township. And as a side note, there will be a closed session, or scheduling a closed session, and I think right now one for sure on the July 11th meeting and one on the 25th. They should be brief, should be encompassing, but I just wanted everybody on the board to be aware of that. They are coming. As stated by the treasurer, part of her SEMCOG responsibilities, the planning grants that are underway, the grants that we've awarded and we're currently managing. The Gratiot Court Improvement Plan, again, as she mentioned, which is going to encompass several communities, and the target there will be to improve the appearance and services for the Gratiot Corridor throughout all of our neighboring communities. And again, as she's mentioned, the M59 Planning Corridor grant that we're currently awarded and working on. I don't think did I miss anything? Trustee Vosberg, do you have anything to add tonight? Any other department reports individually from the individual departments? Seeing none, we will move on to item 7, the consent agenda. Clerk Berry.
All items under the consent agenda are considered routine by the board and will be enacted in one motion. There is no separate discussion of these items. If discussion of any item is required by a board member, it will be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. Public comments on the consent agenda items are permitted. A, approval of the minutes of the regular board meeting of June 13th, 2023. B, approval of the payment of bills as submitted by the Finance Department.
Do I have a motion to approve?
Support.
Treasurer, or Trustee Vosberg, supported by Treasurer Elliott. Comments from the public?
Paul Lafata, 48055 Mallard. In the bill run, there's charges to the sewer and water general ledger numbers 591-441-741, 591-542-740, and 549-441-741. All those funds were expended and 50% over budget in April when the Assistant Sewer and Water Director purchased new meters and sewer and water parts for repair. Those general ledger numbers continue to be used when there's no money left in the budgets. Also, in that same general ledger number, 591-441-741, there's an invoice for facilities and operations and water and sewer operations uniforms. So that means that the facilities and operations cost is being captured in a sewer and water general ledger appropriations number or ledger number, which is budgeted for sewer and water expenses, which means it's a misallocation. This happens all the time. That's why the sewer and water funds disappear. Thank you.
Just a quick comment to that. The Finance Department will be bringing budget amendments at the next meeting. Any further comments from the public? I have a motion by Trustee Vosberg, supported by Treasurer Elliott, to approve the consent agenda as presented. Clerk Berry.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
No.
Trustee Joseph.
No.
Trustee Demink.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Clerk Barry, aye.
Item 8 is public hearings. There are none scheduled tonight. We'll move to item 9, the regular agenda. Item 9A, Clerk Barry.
Item 9A is to consider an appeal of denial of Freedom of Information Act FOIA number 748 from requester Roger A. McCauley.
Do I have a motion? I'm sorry. This is pretty lengthy and detailed, and our municipal council's been dealing with it, and not only here, but in other communities. So with that being said, I'll defer to Attorney Siebert to address this topic.
Before Mr. McCauley makes his presentation to the board has not had a Freedom of Information Act appeal. Chris Anderson sent out a letter dated June 19th to the board outlining the Freedom of Information Act process. For the record, and I will, at the end of Mr. McCauley's comments, make a very short presentation to the board for the record in case this appeal goes further. But on May 25 of this year, Mr. McCauley submitted a Freedom of Information Act request requesting a, quote, comma-separated electronic version, CSV, or Microsoft Excel workbook version, XLS, of the information recorded in the electronic poll book for your jurisdiction for the November 8, 2022 and May 2, 2023 elections, end quote. On June 1st, the deputy clerk / FOIA coordinator issued a written denial of the FOIA request, which was consistent with the procedures in the Freedom of Information Act. On June 14th, Mr. McCauley filed an appeal, which he has a right to do. The appeal comes to this township board. For purposes of this evening, it's my recommendation to the chair that you afford Mr. McCauley a full and fair opportunity to make his presentation to the board. At the end of his presentation, as I indicated, I'll reference some legal standards to the board, and then at the end of board comment and any public comment, the board will either affirm the decision of the FOIA coordinator to deny the request or issue a notice reversing the FOIA coordinator, or decide that it ought to be reversed or affirmed in part. So with that, I would recommend that you give Mr. McCauley his
Hold up, sir. Hold up, sir.
at that point, I would request that you give Mr. McCauley his opportunity to address the board.
Mr. McCauley, the floor is yours now. If you push the button on the mic.
When it turns it on? Thank you. My name is Roger McCauley. I live at 25173 All Lock Drive in Chesterfield, Michigan. I am also known by the alias Roger the Roofer, and let me tell you, I'm much more comfortable with a hammer in my hand with all this political and legal mumbo jumbo. However, I am literate, somewhat modicum of intelligence, a true patriot, and I'm also scared to death. I don't like public speaking, so forgive me. I have emailed each of you a copy of my voting record from the Bureau of Elections and what the clerk's office has provided me for my voting change history. Have you seen those? Have you seen those records yet? Yes, please. Yes. Okay. I want to draw your attention to the one that's annotated individual history sort by election, which is what was released by the Bureau of Elections, BOE. It shows my voting history. If you notice in the jurisdictional column, it shows that, and it's annotated, it shows I've voted in Chesterfield since 2010. When in fact, Cindy Berry's, or the clerk's report, showed that I voted in 2010 at 16410 Macomb, or 16410 Glenfield in Macomb, and then I moved to Shelby in 2018, and I voted there one time in their July election, and then I moved to Chesterfield, which I've voted in elections ever since, which is wrong. Now, my voting record is a matter of public record. It's my understanding, and Michael can back me up as he's standing behind me, there are many, many MCLs that state it is a felony to alter a public record. As far as I'm concerned, my voting record is probably the most sacrilegious, sacred public record I have. And if somebody's changed it, I want to know why. Someplace between Chesterfield Clerk's office and the Bureau of Elections, they changed my voting record. That's a felony. Who did it? I'm sure that if you all look at your own voting records, you're going to see much the same thing. If you haven't moved very often, it'll probably be mundane. But I want to draw your attention to the right side of that same document where it shows what time I voted. Every time I voted according to that document, I voted at midnight. Has anybody in this room ever voted at midnight? If you could, please raise your hand, please. I didn't think so. They changed my public record of my voting. That's wrong. Why did they do it? If they changed those two pieces of information, what else did they change? I don't know. Like I said, I'm much better with a hammer in my hand. The reason we want the poll books is so we can ascertain the depth of this change that's happened. You know, it is our, Michael, would you help me out here with the correct MCLs that says we are entitled to a copy of the poll book? And we would prefer a CSV file, but we'll accept a PDF file. Can you give us the MCLs that are pertinent?
Attorney Seaver is very well aware of it. It's MCL 168.810 says that the poll book, a copy of the poll book, will be retained and preserved by the local clerk in the clerk's office. MCL 168.811 says that that record will be retained for 24 months following certification of the election. And then U.S. Federal Code, 52 USC 201 or 20701 states that any election that has federal candidates must be retained 22 months, so 2 months shorter than Michigan. And 52 USC 20702 is the similar penalty section for those records not being retained, what the penalties are. It's similar to what Roger and I have referenced as MCL 750.248, which it's a felony to alter public records. So, and there's up to 14 years of prison for that. So is that the ones you were
That's
talking
exactly
about?
what, yeah.
Yep.
See why I brought them along? The other thing I found just recently extremely curious is I have 2 voter ID numbers. Was anybody in the room aware that we probably all have 2 voter ID numbers? Does anybody know their second number? I don't know. What is going on with our elections? We need to copy the poll book to validate and see and compare to what the state is showing. We'll never be able to see who we voted for, I don't think. I don't think that's ever findable. But if they're changing all these other things, my understanding, and Michael's a computer expert, he had a software computing company that he recently sold and retired. It's my understanding if you have an algorithm and it changes one piece of data in an Excel spreadsheet, which I've used a few times, it changes everything. So is there an algorithm running in there someplace in the state level that's changing our voting records? Does this scare the hell out of anybody else? I mean, look at our country. So our appeal to you is to release the poll books. And if my understanding that I was granted that you'd release the PDF file of the poll book on election night. The term election night has become somewhat ambiguous. When did the election end in 2022 or whatever it was? When was the official end of the election with all the absentee and late voting? I don't know. I'm sure you guys do. But what I'd like to make sure we get the PDF, and I'm going to, instead of using the term to count at the end of election night, I want to use the term the final tally of that vote. So any PDF that's released to us, I want to ensure is the final tally of that vote as shown by, Chesterfield Township. And I also want to make sure that that is a copy that Shelby Township poll book that they have kept on file. Ms. Berry, you have kept the original copy of the poll book on file, correct? Perfect. Okay, so if you get the Secretary of State's copy, who knows what's wrong with it? Now, the electronic poll books, it used to be, you could delete them after 2 years or get rid of them. I think what they're referring to is back in the day, when elections were known at the end of the night of election, when you had election night, you know who won. It was literally a book, and every time someone came to vote, their information was entered in a book. They voted here at that time on this date, or they sent in an absentee ballot. Doesn't show who they voted for. So those books might become kind of cumbersome. That's why the government allowed us, the state says you can get rid of them after 24 months, the federal government says you can get rid of them after 22 months. You can just imagine a big closet someplace in the back of the city office building stacked to the ceiling with poll books from 1920. Hence the need for that decision. With the advent of electronic poll books, now you have it on a flash drive, hopefully locked in a safe or someplace secure, readily accessible. So that's why they were allowed to be deleted. And I don't know the exact date of this correspondence, but I'm told that all the counties received the correspondence from the Bureau of Elections stating to delete the poll books after 7 days from the audit, or from the election. To me, that smells like the perpetrator of a crime is telling me to get rid of the evidence. And just by the way, if clerks that have deleted those poll books violated law, you know, they broke the law. And just like the trials in Nuremberg, when the Nazi whatever guards said, I was just following orders. Well, they still hung. Now, we don't want to get any clerks. The clerks are working their butts off. I totally get it. We don't want to endanger them at all, but we also do not want them to be forced into doing something that's illegal. Now, if my boss tells me to go down and shoot every fourth person on the road, I shouldn't use the term guns, forgive me, do something stupid like that, and I follow through with it, and the cop says, what's wrong with you? What did you do? And I say, well, my boss told me. Who's going to jail? It should be my boss, and that's our goal. Our goal for getting the election book, Mike, what's the reference for the Freedom of Information Act on the poll book?
15.234, 1C, right? You can request an electronic copy.
Yes, so we're requesting an electronic copy. You offered to release it to me in a paper format that was cost prohibitive. I'm retired, living on Social Security. I spent 5 minutes in a wheelchair right before I closed my business, so money's kind of tight for me. So that's our appeal. Do you have anything you'd like to add, Michael?
I mean, there's public comments, so I'll give a public comment.
Okay. Do you have any questions? Oh, by the way, the records I was referring to that I gave to them, I have copies with me. If anybody would like a copy, I have 4 or 5 copies. If you'd like to see what I'm talking about, you're more than happy. You'll probably find me outside the parking lot puking after this.
Good.
I'm all done.
Trustee Vossberg?
Thank you. I didn't catch the name of the second speaker. Could we get that, please?
It's Michael Butts, B-U-T-Z. Roger asked me to be here with him because he's a little nervous.
Just a little.
Because it's a legal matter, I'm going to defer back to our legal counsel, Mr. Siebert. Mr. Siebert?
Yeah, this, by the way, is not the first appeal that I've handled on FOIA requests. I've handled two by Mr. Butts already in other communities. And so I'm familiar with it. This would be the 4th appeal on, if not identical, substantially similar FOIA requests. And so the board understands this is a FOIA request, plain and simple. This doesn't have anything to do with federal law. It doesn't have anything to do with the U.S. Constitution. It doesn't have anything to do with the Michigan Constitution. It has to do with whether or not the township FOIA coordinator is obligated to provide a copy of the electronic poll book to somebody making a FOIA request. To put that in the proper context, the Michigan election law, and I'm going to save you the cites because they don't matter, specifically provides that the Secretary of State shall be the chief election officer of the state and shall have supervisory control over local elections officials in the performance of their duties under the Act. There's no question that the electronic poll book is a public record. We concede that point. The question is whether we can provide the electronic poll book. We have offered in Chesterfield to provide a paper copy in which we will put it in PDF form and we will make manual redactions. That, however, was not the request. The request was for access to the electronic poll book. The Michigan Secretary of State Bureau of Elections Director has sent emails to every municipal clerk in the state of Michigan. And in that email, she indicates that it's come to the Bureau's attention that individuals may be requesting a copy of the zero tape that's run upon opening the polls. She also indicates that there have been requests for electronic poll books. The Bureau of Elections Director indicates, quote, clerks should not provide electronic copies of electronic poll book data for security and voter privacy reasons. Electronic poll book files contain personal identifying information, which is exempt from disclosure. Attempted manual redaction of the personal identifying information may not be sufficient to protect this information from disclosure if the software or the program are disclosed. Recently, the Michigan Court of Appeals, in a 2020 case, and you may remember it, addressed the authority of the Secretary of State to send out unsolicited absentee ballots to registered voters in the state of Michigan. That happened in 2020, and depending on what political party you were in, you either loved it or you hated it. And the guy that hated it filed a lawsuit against the Secretary of State seeking injunctive relief and joining the Secretary of State from doing that. The Court of Claims, which was the trial court for a claim filed against the Secretary of State, upheld the Secretary of State's authority. It went to the Michigan Court of Appeals, and in a published decision, the Court of Appeals held, quote, local election officials must follow the Secretary of State's instructions regarding the conduct of elections, period. Given the fact that the Bureau of Elections Director has notified every single municipal clerk in the state of Michigan that electronic poll book information is not to be disclosed, your FOIA coordinator does not have the luxury or the discretion to disclose it. Furthermore, so the board understands that you are in the company of other Macomb County municipalities, the following Macomb County municipalities have had the same or similar FOIA requests for electronic poll book information, and in every instance have denied it.
That's not true.
Clinton Township, Macomb Township, City of Roseville, City of New Baltimore, City of Utica, Shelby Township, Harrison Township, City of Sterling Heights, City of Fraser, City of St. Clair Shores, Ray Township, Bruce Township, and Washington Township. I have discussed these issues with every one of the municipal attorneys for every one of the municipalities that I just identified, and every single one has denied the same information. So from my legal standpoint, you don't have the discretion, I don't believe, to reverse the FOIA coordinator's decision, but that decision is yours, it's not mine. So unless you have any, you can accept comment from the public, which you should under your rules, and any board comment, then you should vote whether to affirm or reverse your FOIA coordinator.
Am I allowed to
Thank you,
ask
sir.
am I allowed to ask a question at this point, or am I done?
I'll give you a few more minutes to discuss.
Thank you, sir. What law firm do you work for, Mr. Sieber?
Tell him to keep going.
What's that?
Tell him to keep going.
Keep going.
What law firm do you work for, as I asked the question of your attorney?
Tell him to respond.
The reason I asked that question, it's come to my attention that a lot of the counties that are represented by this law firm, I can't think of the name off the top of my head, just so happens that that law firm also represents the BOE. Isn't that a little conflict of interest?
The BOE is represented by the Attorney General's office. The Bureau of Elections and the Secretary of State are offices of the state of Michigan. They are represented by the Michigan Attorney General's office.
I could have misread something then.
You did. You did misread it. The County Board of Commissioners, through their Corporation Council, provides legal advice to the county clerk. Each of the municipalities that I just referenced has their own private counsel, corporate counsel, and of these 12 or 13 that I just listed, they are represented by 4 different law firms. I represent 3 of these. A gentleman that's sitting over to my right represents 3 or 4 of them. City of St. Clair Shores is represented by 1 attorney, and the city for this, Sterling Heights represents the city of Fraser.
So, are you familiar, Mr. Siebert, are you familiar with?
Can you speak into the mic, sir?
Yes. Are you familiar with Article 5, Section 9 of the Michigan Constitution? Mr. Siebert, you quoted some, you said that there was an appeal,
Sir,
is
what I'm going to
true.
do is, I'm going to interrupt you.
Yeah.
We're not going to go back and forth.
No, I
So-
thought that's what this was. The gentleman asked me because
Yeah.
he couldn't remember
We're
all
not,
this stuff.
you've made your presentation, so let me open it up to the public and see.
Okay.
We'll take some
I'll
public
get in line
comments
for the
outside
public
of this.
comment. I'll save the Constitution for my, how many
Okay.
minutes do I get? 2, 1, 3 in public comments?
You can.
Okay.
Thank you. And by the way, thank you for your service.
Comments from the public.
Hi, my name is Valerie Allman-Ramey. I'm from Ray Township, and we have the FOIA request in our possession. Originally, Ray Township did deny us, and then they realized that they were breaking the law, so they gave us the FOIA request.
Okay,
Why else would they do it?
thank you, ma'am. Any
I
further
wasn't-
comments?
I wasn't done. And I have a simple question for you. People that want to comment, what are you planning to do about the residents with proven inaccurate voting records? Who's ensuring that the poll book was actually updated and verified? Who will cross-check the data to ensure each voter only votes one time? Currently, if you have more than one resident, a vote could potentially be casted for each resident. Who will identify the root cause of the inaccurate EPB and ensure it will not continue to happen? What corrective actions will be taken now that you know there is clear violations of altering public records? What do you plan to do?
Any further statements?
No, I just want to know what you want to plan to do, and I think you should start discussing what you're going to do to stop this from happening in the future.
As I indicated, this is going to be a back and forth, so your comments closed.
Close, thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments from the public?
Paul Lafata. I got a letter of advisement from Clerk Berry on June 23rd, 2022, about an intent to float a signature to reverse the bond sales. And Clerk Berry said that there's 36,975 registered electors in the township at that time. The 2020 census says there's only 45,670, and 3 demographic places says that under the age of 18, there's 23.7% under the age of 18 that aren't eligible to vote, which means that there's only 34,799 if everybody in the township over the age of 18 registered to vote. And when the gentleman said that he had 2 voting ID numbers, there's got to be something wrong with the scrolls. And what compounds it is when they sent out absentee ballots to every voter on the scroll in 2020, there had to be a lot of ballots floating around that you couldn't put a body or a name to. So there's something wrong somewhere. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Any further comments from the public? Bring it back to the board.
So
Clerk Berry.
Michael Butts, this is my comment. I was helping Roger previously. My name is Michael Butts. I live at 3105 McCauley Road. And we do have, the City of Memphis provided me, so that everyone knows here, they did provide me the CSV file, which cannot contain formulas or code. It's just voter data. It took them probably 20 minutes to redact it and give it to me. And then Harrison Township has provided a redacted copy in PDF. Bob Huth, who was sitting over there a minute ago, he advised them, and they did provide that. And Ray Township, as Valerie mentioned, they have provided, since they denied my appeal, they have since, I sent another request, and they have provided the information. As has Armada Township, they've actually undergone a procedure to have an IT company try to recover the files that the clerk deleted at the instruction of the Attorney General. So, and I commended them for that. And we're having a follow-up appeal hearing tomorrow with them. But the thing that's distressing for me, as Roger said, I owned an IT company, and I understand technology, I understand security, cybersecurity. I sold that business last year, and I decided for my grandchildren I needed to fix the election system. And when I say fix it, it's broken. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out the system's broken. And the system is not just the software, it's people, process, and tools. That's what a system is. And we've gotten to a point where the system we're using to protect our vote, our inalienable right to vote, is not auditable and cannot be certified to be legitimate at this point. And the fact that for 2 months I've been trying to do a simple audit of the poll book, and I've run into all these obstacles and legalese and attacks on my right to see this information that is voter name, what voter number you were, what ballot number you got, did you vote in person or absentee? I mean, this is the information, that they're saying I can't see. Well, how is my inalienable right to have one vote, one person, right? Where did that go with this system? It's out the window. And I never thought it was this bad. I thought we could fix our election system, but we can't. It cannot be audited. So what I have, to the brave clerks that honored our FOIA requests, I have corroborating proof that the Michigan Secretary of State's Office and Bureau of Elections is altering public records, which is a felony, by the way. 750 dot, or point, I should say. I'm an IT guy, say dot. It's .248. And these are federal crimes, okay? So 52, unlike what your attorney just said, 52 USC 207, 01, and 02 are federal crimes. So I just...
Got to cut you off, sir. Any further comments from the public? I'll bring it back up to the board. Clerk Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Just a couple of statements, generally speaking. First off, I don't know what the Secretary of State does. I have some issues with the Secretary of State myself, which is why I ran for Secretary of State, if you'll remember, last year. So I'm sensitive to the concerns. I think our legal counsel has eloquently and very comprehensively explained why the FOIA was denied. But as far as the election end of it goes, I'd be more than happy at any time, anywhere, with anyone, to sit down and go through any record you want to see, anything that I'm by law allowed to show you and give you. I will spend as long as it takes with however many people would like to be there. I've offered this for several years now. One of the things that Chesterfield Township has done is that you can go right onto our election webpage and you can find out, you can request your own voter history. We were the first local clerk to do that in the state of Michigan, where you can request your voter history if you live in Chesterfield Township, and we will get that information to you any way that you'd like it. But for anyone who has any questions about how elections are done here, how the process works, I know everyone is anxious to be critical of how the process doesn't work. The problem is, what I have found is many people have no idea how the process works to start with, and I'm happy to educate people. I also conducted, year ago, 2 years ago, the state's first and only election integrity summit here at the township offices, and unfortunately it wasn't as well attended as it should have been. I didn't see anyone here there. So that presentation is available as well. It's available on YouTube. You can check that out if you'd like to. But I will go through every single line in our qualified voter file, and I will go through every single piece of paper that I have that is currently under retention with anyone who would like to see it. And I will make sure that we have all the resources necessary to get you all of the information and the education, most importantly. Oftentimes with many of these efforts, we have folks that are so well-meaning, and I applaud that. Because they want to become educated, but what I find is oftentimes they're not, and I'm happy to educate them. So anything as far as that goes, and that is aside from the FOIA request, I will be happy to provide any resources necessary to educate anyone about how we conduct elections in Chesterfield. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Barry. Trustee Vosper.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. This issue seems complex, and it also is a very serious issue. I'm glad the issue is brought up, but it seems to me that it's not at the township level where there's a problem, and I'm to council, you had mentioned, do we need to make a motion to uphold the letter that was sent, or?
Yeah, as Chris indicated in her letter to you, your choices are to make a motion to affirm the FOIA coordinator's denial of their request for the electronic poll book, or you could reverse the FOIA coordinator and order that she produce the electronic poll book, or you could do a partial. That really doesn't apply in this case. So it's either to affirm her decision or to reverse it.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to affirm the decision in the letter correspondence that was sent regarding this FOIA request.
Second.
I have a motion to affirm the denial by trustee Vosberg, supported by clerk Berry.
And if I could just, again, the reason I'm making this motion is because I think the issue does need to be discussed, it does need to be dealt with, but it's beyond the scope of what this board would be making the decision. Thank you.
Understood. Again, I have a motion by trustee Vosberg, supported by clerk Berry, to affirm the denial. Clerk Berry, would you call the roll?
Mr. Supervisor, is anybody else allowed to comment on this?
Trustee Joseph.
Thank you. So, sorry? Oh, I thought you had a question. First, I'd like to thank Mr. McCauley for coming forward. It's an incredibly complicated situation. I'm sorry, I didn't catch the name of the other individual. Mr. Butts, your IT experience is pretty knowledgeable. I had some conversations with the clerk prior to this, just trying to understand a little bit of the process. And as best I can tell, the complaint isn't necessarily with the township in so much as not being able to get the records. I don't have a difficult time speaking publicly. Mr. McCauley did a great job in trying to just gather himself. It's a very difficult thing to do. I appreciated his history. It's not in any kind of political theater, or it's not what he does. So he described himself as a patriot. He came forward and he's concerned about election integrity and wanted to understand more about the process. He found what he believes are some irregularities in his own voting history, and I think the clerk has offered to sit down and try to explain why they appear the way that they do on the poll books. I'm coming at it from a little different direction. I heard, and I appreciate Mr. Siebert's wrap up on this, that this is simply a FOIA request, and there are state provisions that give us direction in terms of FOIA compliance or not. And for the Secretary of State to issue a notice and then to have that affirmed that the clerk shall not provide, for me, begs the question: what is in the electronic poll books that is so sensitive with regard to identifying information of other residents? So there's a balance there. Obviously, more information, I think, is better in general, but not at the expense of sensitive information that is revealed during that process. I don't know that there is anything that's so sensitive as to not comply, to not allow this individual to review. I know it's not in our authority to deny the Secretary of State's sort of edict, but in this case, I think that we should allow, and so I'm not going to support the motion to uphold this FOIA. I think this individual should be allowed, and citizen activists are what this community is about. So I applaud his efforts. It's noble, and he takes time out of his life to try to make something better in this country. And I think the world of that. If there were more of that, we had more people in this boardroom on a bi-monthly basis, I think we would have a better government. So I don't know that I completely understand what your end game is here and what it is that you're trying to accomplish, but I applaud the effort. You're a regular guy like me, and you take time away from your family and your life to pursue something that you believe makes your country better, and I applaud that. And I don't see anything in the poll books that are so secret that it violates the trust and privacy of other residents. So I'm with you. Thank you.
Sir, I think what we'll do here is get you into your next platform to where you get some better answers. So I have a motion by trustee Vosberg, supported by Clerk Berry, to deny or affirm the denial. Clerk Berry, would you call the roll?
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson.
No.
Trustee Joseph.
No.
Trustee DeMink.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye. Item 9B.
Item 9B is to adopt Resolution number 2023-19, to set a public hearing for July 25th, 2023, for the purpose of reviewing the special assessment roll and hearing any objections for the road paving improvements in the North Bay Industrial Subdivision.
Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to approve.
Second.
Supported by, I think trustee Demink got it. Well, I'll remove myself if you want to do it.
Whatever you want.
Demink will make the motion, second by Clerk Berry. Mr. O'Connor, the floor is yours.
Good evening. The bids have been received by the county for this project. The bids came in lower than the estimate, so that's good news. And then this item sets the public hearing for the July 25th meeting. If that public hearing is closed and accepted, then the township could spread the roll and assess the project.
Any questions or comments from the board? Again, this has been brought back. This is, I think, the fourth meeting that we've had in discussion, and then there will be some further action in the future date on how the funding stream to complete this project in the future. Comments from the board? Comments from the public? Seeing no comments from the public, I have a motion by trustee Demink, supported by Clerk Berry, to approve item 9B. Clerk Berry.
Trustee DeMink.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye. Item 9C.
Item 9C is to adopt proclamation number 2023-06 to designate July 2023 as Parks and Recreation Month.
Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Trustee
Support.
Demink, supported by
Support.
Treasurer, Trustee Vosberg. Clerk Berry, do you want to read the proclamation? Clerk Berry will read the proclamation before we take comments.
On behalf of the people of the Charter Township of Chesterfield, Macomb County, State of Michigan, the Chesterfield Township Board of Trustees do hereby proclaim July 2023 as Parks and Recreation Month. Whereas the Charter Township of Chesterfield, Michigan recognizes the month of July as Parks and Recreation Month, and whereas our parks and recreation are vitally important to establishing and maintaining the quality of life in our communities, ensuring the health of all citizens, and contributing to the economic and environmental well-being of a community and a region. And whereas parks and recreation programs build healthy, active communities that aid in the prevention of chronic disease, provide therapeutic recreation services for those who are mentally or physically disabled, and also improve the mental and emotional health of all citizens. And whereas parks and recreation programs increase a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. And whereas parks and recreation areas are fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community. And whereas parks and natural recreation areas improve water quality, protect groundwater, prevent flooding, improve the quality of air we breathe, provide vegetative buffers to development, and produce habitat for wildlife. And whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and whereas Chesterfield Township recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources, now therefore the Chesterfield Township Board of Trustees do hereby proclaim July 2023 as Parks and Recreation Month in Chesterfield Township.
Any comments from the public? Comments from the board? I have a motion by trustee Demink, supported by trustee Vosberg, to approve the proclamation as read. Clerk Berry.
Trustee Demink.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye.
Item 9D.
Item 9D is to adopt resolution number 2023-20 and enter into a cooperative agreement with the Urban County Community Development Block Grant Program for fiscal year 2024 through 2026.
Move to approve.
Trustee
Support.
Vosberg, supported by Treasurer Elliott. Ms. Garber, do you want to address this?
This is just for our CDBG funding, which is the cooperative agreement with the Urban County Community Development Grant Program. We sign this every couple of years so that we are able to receive CDBG funding.
Thank you. Any comments from the board? Comments from the public? Seeing no comments from the public? I have a motion by Trustee Vosberg, supported by Treasurer Elliott, to approve 9D as presented.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Demink.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Clerk Barry, aye.
Thank you. Item 9E.
Item 9E is to consider ordinance number 199 for second reading and final adoption of the Chesterfield Township Marijuana Establishments Regulatory Ordinance.
Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to adopt ordinance number 199.
Motion by Clerk Barry, supported by Supervisor Kersten. Absolutely.
Thank you. I just want to remind the board, and I know you have the red line in the clean version that I sent you on May 24th, which was the morning after the meeting, where there were a handful of minor revisions to the regulatory ordinance. Bear in mind, though, that you're going to have to pick an effective date for this regulatory ordinance that's going to have to coincide with the zoning ordinance amendment that is the next item up. So, you know, assuming both of them get approved, the date for effective date has to be identical. So, you know, it's got to be out there long enough so you make sure that the clerk's office is ready to roll the minute you get an application, but you got to get a date on both of these.
Should the motion include the date?
It has to include it. I've got it set up now that it's 30 days from publication, which is not going to work. I mean, that's typical language in the ordinance, as is in the next version and the zoning ordinance amendment. We've got the typical statutory language. It's got to work, though. Both of them have to be the same date.
Thank you.
At this time, the clerk's office is planning to be prepared to accept applications beginning August 1.
So with the existing motion, we will include that the effective date for applications be August 1st of 2023.
The effective date of the regulatory ordinance will be August 1 of 2023.
Thank you. Comments from the board? Comments from the public?
Gary Yenernelek. With reference to this part of the ordinance adoption process, I think there was some discussion about licensing fees, application fees, but has that been adopted, or is there any range of what the fees are? I assume they have to be reasonable and not confiscatory.
It was included. I'll let Attorney Siebert address that.
Yeah, once tonight is over with and you've adopted the zoning ordinance amendment, you've adopted the regulatory amendment, we know that they're both going to be effective on August 1st. Then under the act, the township board has to set by resolution the application fees and the renewal fees. I didn't put it on tonight because I don't obviously know how this is going to end up. But assuming both are approved, I would expect at the next meeting, we would have a recommendation regarding the fees, and it's as simple as adopting a resolution, and it can be amended, you know, from time to time. But these get done tonight. Next meeting, you'll have the resolution for the fees.
That's what I figured you were going to do, but
Yeah.
I just wanted to know.
I couldn't do it tonight because I don't know what's going to happen.
Right, right. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments from the public? I have a motion by Clerk Berry, supported by Supervisor Kersten, to approve item 9E with the effective date of August 1st, 2023. Clerk Berry.
Clerk Berry, aye. Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Demink.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Item 9F. Clerk Berry.
Item 9F is to consider the Planning Commission's recommendation to adopt ordinance number 200, an amendment to the Chesterfield Township zoning ordinance to add definitions for marijuana establishments in Article 2, to add specific marijuana establishments to the light industrial districts M1 as principal permitted uses in Article 3, and to add specific standards for permitted marijuana establishments in Article 4.
Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Trustee Demink. Support by Supervisor Kersten. Jonathan, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Yes, this is finally in front of the board. This began back after the election, I believe, late November, early December, with a kickoff meeting between the Planning Commission and the Board of Trustees. And since that time, the Planning Commission has been working on drafting this language through several meetings. We held the public hearing back in May, so now we're in front of you for adoption. We did all this with the assistance and expertise of Giffords-Webster. And I do have Jill Boehm here from Giffords to give a presentation on what's proposed in front of you tonight. So I'll turn it over to her. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Jill Boehm with Giffords-Webster. I have just a couple of quick slides to go through to give folks who may not have been following along with the process a little bit of an idea of the things that the Planning Commission considered when creating this zoning ordinance amendment. There are some familiar faces, so I know there are some who this will be a repeat for them, but hopefully the rest of the group will find it interesting. Just a note that the zoning ordinance is a living document and it is amended all the time. We never get the perfect set of ordinances and lock it in forever. We're always making changes as we go along and new things come up. So one of the new things that came up was in November of 2022, we had the ballot initiative that passed that allowed all the state permitted cannabis licenses to be available here in Chesterfield Township. The Planning Commission looks to us to provide some background and our legal counsel as well to provide some recommendations, language from other communities, but really then giving it to the Planning Commission for them to adapt those ordinances that they may see from other places specifically for the Chesterfield Township. Some of the things that the planning commissioners also did was they took it upon themselves to go find facilities in other communities just to get a feel for how they function, how they operate, the context of those businesses in other communities, and bring that knowledge back, and they shared it with each other. And they've been working on this draft language since December or January, and as Jonathan said, had the public hearing on May 2nd. You can go to the next slide, please. So as you know, the MRTMA allows the communities to select which types of facilities and how many it wishes to permit. And many communities have chosen to either go ahead and pick a specific number of facilities, specific types of licenses. Some communities have had ballot initiatives where those have been outlined very clearly in the ordinance language that was adopted or passed. Here, we didn't have that. It just was a very simple and straightforward initiative to allow all license types. So the Planning Commission then is going to take a look to, as they are charged to do, to develop standards that impact these facilities, as well as being mindful of all of the ordinances that we have in place on other facilities as well. That's their charge as the Planning Commission, to prepare the zoning language, to hold a public hearing, and then make a recommendation to the Township Board, which they are doing. Next one, please. Some of the considerations, I'm sorry, there's a lot of text on here, but some of the considerations that the Planning Commission thought about, just like we would with any other kind of use that might be explored in the community, looking at safety, parking and traffic, specific to some of the energy and water consumption concerns for growing facilities in particular, but then nuisances. Again, these are things that the Planning Commission would be looking at for any kind of business that it would be considering. And so kind of going through some of those concerns, looking at how those are handled in other communities. Next slide, please. And then looking at location. Planning Commission initially thought the M1 Light Industrial District seemed like a good place to start. They considered a variety of different setback buffer options. They really focused on providing sufficient opportunities for new businesses in the township while taking an intentional approach that can be refined over time. We also were mindful of other businesses in the light industrial or in the industrial districts to ensure that the township has sufficient properties for everyone. So ultimately, the Planning Commission settled on allowing the facilities in both the M1 and M2 districts and had recommended a 1,000-foot setback requirement from some of the sensitive uses, and those are outlined in the ordinance. One of the things I didn't add as a bullet, but I do want to mention, was also the type of approval. So a lot of our uses we have in the township are permitted by right, principal permitted uses. If they're listed there, they're permitted. But we also have another kind of way that we can approve uses, and that's a special land use. Special land uses are those things that we would think are generally permitted in the zoning district where we've listed them, but maybe not in every single location the same way. So in some cases, we might have additional standards that we would put with those. We require a public hearing. And so that's the difference between a principal permitted use and a special land use. And in this case, all of the facilities, except for the consumption facilities, are permitted uses. So they don't have to go through the additional requirement of public hearings, except for the consumption facilities. You can go to the next slide, please. So the outline of the ordinance amendment, we have the what, so the definitions, those are all consistent with the state rules and the enabling legislation for this. Where, again, the light industrial and general industrial districts. Again, noting that consumption establishments only as a special land use in the M1 district. The distance requirements, again, from residential, commercial childcare, schools, library, parks, religious institutions, substance abuse prevention and treatment, 1,000 feet from those. There's a map on the next slide that's provided for reference, but we do have applicants will be required to provide their own calculations. And that shows you the buffer areas, the hashed areas where residential buffers and the other sensitive uses, and then with the M1 and M2 zoning districts. So you go to the next slide, please. And then the how. So the zoning standards that were included address things like compliance with all state of Michigan laws and rules. That's kind of standard, but we thought it's worth noting that here. It's also consistent with all the Chesterfield Township codes and permitting, all other applicable requirements. We looked at storage, we looked again at nuisances, particularly odor, but also noise and light, etc. Limits to some of the interior lighting and looking at air contaminants as well as parking. So next slide, please. For additional zoning standards for retailers, thinking that it's beneficial to have them be visible in the community so that people who participate or go to the retailers feel comfortable and safe going there. So within 200 feet of a major thoroughfare. With some exterior building standards, we expect, just like we would with other retail establishments, that these are welcoming and attractive facilities, just like we do for other businesses in the township. And a prohibition on drive-throughs. It's just something that the Planning Commission is sensitive to drive-through uses. And then additional standards for growers and processors, standards for water and waste. And we note that we actually made an additional amendment recommendation to address water usage for all industrial uses, not just cannabis facilities. And then there's, I think, one more. Yep, next step. So this is up to now the Township Board after the Planning Commission's efforts on this. The license applications and your licensing ordinance has been approved. So just following these next considerations, then you'll be able to take action on the licensing and application process. So happy to answer any questions that you might have for me.
Thank you. Any comments from the board? Questions from the board? Question? Trustee Joseph.
Thank you, Jill. Just a A couple of quick questions for you. Regarding the very first slide, I think there was a bullet point that said that you had researched a number of other communities looking for, some parity, I guess, or, what was working in other communities. Can you tell me how many other communities in Macomb County have 1,000-foot setbacks?
That, I don't have that information handy, I'm sorry.
I'm pretty sure it's 0. But the comparison I made recently at a planning commission meeting, and the comment that was made by one of the board members regarding my sort of request to look at what other communities do with the setbacks was really disturbing. I went back and watched the meeting, and I heard commission members say that communities like Roseville and East Point were on the decline, that they were on the way down, that we were an up-and-coming community. Is that, in your opinion, an appropriate comparison to other communities?
Well, I'm not exactly sure what your question is, but I know that...
I can repeat it.
Well,
the comparison to other communities was used as part of your presentation. When I brought up the comparison to other communities as it relates to setbacks and gave examples, commission members said, those communities are on the way down, we're on the way up. Is that an appropriate comparison in your assessment?
I think that the comparison to the other communities might be reflective of the goals of those communities. So in communities where they perhaps were looking for more economic development activity, more private investment stimulus, there could be different kinds of ordinances. I think the Planning Commission didn't necessarily feel that that was the essential goal for this particular set of ordinances, and so they may have chosen a different comparison for that.
Well, that's I guess, an opinion that's valued. My opinion is slightly different. I felt from the November meeting that there was a good chunk of sentiment behind this idea that we don't want cannabis in our township, that there is a desire by many to not have cannabis. And when the initiative passed, we were forced to develop an ordinance. But I was under the impression that the ordinance or the ballot initiative included the word unlimited. And so I see that on a lot of t-shirts today. What part of unlimited, when we put such tight restrictions on an M1 and M2 zone, keep us in compliance with the spirit of the voter? And I know the supervisor's consulting the attorney now, so it's a little tricky question for them, but like, what do we say to those who say, like, 1,000 doesn't exist anywhere, and M1 and M2 could be good places that satisfy the bulk of it, but 1,000 invites, tremendous pushback from the community that's been working in this township for years. What do we say there?
Well, I think it's a good question, and I appreciate the folks that have the shirts on tonight, because I get that. I get that perspective. And I think the Planning Commission, and you're right, I think at the beginning of this there was a lot of hesitation, and the Planning Commission, I think, took their mission very seriously. They really did kind of put their feelings aside, whether they were for it or against it, and came to this discussion every time we had it about what's appropriate. How do we stay with the spirit of what was approved by the voters, while still trying to balance the needs of all the other businesses and residents in the community. And I think they ended on the 1,000 feet because they thought, and they added in the M2, because that came sort of later, as they thought, well, maybe we should expand the area a little bit more, but still keep that distance there. And as I said, they did discuss this for quite a bit, but they ultimately ended up on that recommendation to the Township Board based on trying to balance the needs for both the businesses at hand as well as the other businesses and residents of the community.
Thank you, Joe. I just have one more comment, and then I'll turn it over to others who I know want to speak. The sentiment of some initially were looking to find a way to not You know, I thought it was fairly apparent when we had our initial joint session. There were commission members who made it vocal. They said that night, I'm interested in the 43 or 42% of those who voted against it and protecting them. And, you know, so I was a little nervous to begin with because I didn't think we started with an open, and then I watched every planning commission meeting that anything to do with cannabis. It's something that Clerk Barry and I have been part of the cannabis committee when, you know, years before Giffords arrived. So it's something that we are, you know, very knowledgeable of. And I was a little bit stunned having watched the cannabis community come forward to the board and say, like, please consider this, please consider that. And, you know, being blunt, they were laughed at. They said, we're going to get a ballot initiative, and they were laughed at. And unfortunately, the Planning Commission was then dumped, you know, it had this tremendous charge dumped in their lap. And the last thing that we needed was, you know, I'm going to look out for the 43% kind of sentiment. But I watched the meetings, and I couldn't figure out why we started off at M1. In fact, I watched a meeting where there were no problems with M2, and then I heard you say, in summary, so it looks like we're all in agreement on M1. So it was a struggle for me, and then we had a couple of board members that came forward at a meeting or so ago and felt like their work was being dismissed, you know, that there was some, you know, discrediting of their work by this board. They kept referring to it as a disconnect and so forth. That particular meeting, we didn't get a chance. The board comments were cut, and we didn't get a chance to address that. I wanted to address that. I went to the board meeting, the next Planning Commission meeting, just to say to them that I have tremendous respect for what they do, but what I would have liked to have had a mechanism to do was to discuss things like the 1,000-foot setback and also the measuring tool. You know, how do we measure between establishments and buffers, and what tool do we use there? And so I didn't get into it in great detail because I knew we would deliberate it here, but the attack that came after I left was really kind of stunning. One of the commission members is not, I don't really worry about him. He's just kind of been an attack dog on me for a while as he's got a personal issue. But the comments that I was most stunned by were somebody that I really didn't expect to hear. And this idea that he kept repeating, that we are the experts, we are the ones who are charged with this, and that the board in some way was obligated to, you know, rubber stamp this recommendation. And I think Mr. LaBelle said, I'm going to be at that meeting because I want to put on record why we came to the conclusion. I'm always glad that he's here, but he doesn't need to be here. He doesn't have to defend his work. I know the work that goes in on the Planning Commission, but there are certain members there that seemed very, very interested in making this as difficult and as minuscule a process as possible. And there are those that just arrive naturally as where we are today, and there are others that seem to be on a mission to make this difficult, and I'm very, very worried that we are going to be flooded with lawsuits and challenges to this if we don't maybe find a little modification there that satisfies the bulk of our residents and the cannabis crowd and reduces greatly the litigation that I think is going to come if we adopt this on the nose. And that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Trustee DeMay.
Since I sat on planning, I was against it from day one, but when the voter initiative passed, that's what the voters wanted. It was assigned to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission worked on it diligently. They vetted it. They looked at it. I let them make the decisions. Trustee Joseph Anderson, I kept them pretty much informed as what was going on at planning, where they were at. And planning came to their decision, and that's what I abide by. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? Further comments? Clerk Barry.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. I was a little confused by a couple of things that kind of came out of this, and maybe you can help shed some light on that. I know that we've had other people from Giffords through the years who have assisted us with that. You know, I've been on this board for 10 years now, over 10 years, and I was always told that when the Planning Commission considers things and when they come to us, that we need to keep consistent uses in consistent zones. That's the whole point. So it doesn't matter if someone's selling cars or tomatoes, really. I mean, it's retail. Retail is retail is retail. And it needs to be in a retail zone to be appropriate. And that made sense to me. It was often in commercial zones. It wouldn't make sense for it to be in agriculture, although we would occasionally have, you know, the street side farmer say, hey, you know, I'm not really retail. This is back when we had business licenses, you know. And then we'd have that discussion at that time. And we say, well, no, that's not considered retail. They're just selling what they grow. Okay. And then now we're going to take a retail use, a retail operation, and we're going to put it in manufacturing, in M1, in light industrial and heavy industrial. I've got a couple concerns about that. I'm just wondering why now? It seems like that's such a reverse course from what I've always been told and taught. And as a graduate of the Township Governance Academy, which only 10% of all township officials in the state are, but they put us through an entire day of land use, law, what your planning commission does. It's an 8-hour course. And I remember learning the same thing there, that when you're considering zoning, that you consider similar uses and that you don't treat similar uses differently. And it seems to me what is happening here is I'm being presented with exactly that I'm being presented with a similar use that's being treated differently because of the nature of what it is. I joke, you know, even I was on the cannabis committee for years, and I would say, you know, people say, well, you're an advocate for cannabis. Ironically, I never used it, and I went to Michigan State, okay? So for those of you out there who get that, right? Okay. So I don't use the product, but I do have some understanding, or at least I thought I did, of how zoned communities operate and what's appropriate. So if you could just help me understand how it is we're putting a retail use, a retail function into a manufacturing or industrial zone. It just, I'm having a hard time understanding why we're not putting retail in commercial or retail in a retail zone. So that's my one question. Then my second question, because that seems like we're making a huge divergence there, and I don't understand why we're doing that. But secondly, when it comes to putting those retail operations into a heavy industrial area, it seems to me, and I don't know, and so my next question is, did the Planning Commission consider that we might be giving up a tremendous amount of opportunity for an actual heavy industrial use if it's being taken up with these little retail? It just doesn't seem to me like it's very well thought out in that way. So if you could just, and I have another question after that, but if we can just handle kind of those two, because they're sort of related to each other.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So thank you for those questions. And I would say that generally speaking, with traditional uses, we are looking to see, well, where else do we permit those uses? This is new. It's a new type of use. It's a new type of use to Chesterfield Township, and it's a fairly new use within the state of Michigan. So there aren't necessarily, we don't drive into the next community. We might see one, we might see two, but we don't have the same kind of experience. And I think that was the Planning Commission's concern about the location of them and where they belong. And as I mentioned, the zoning ordinance is a living document, and this is something that today, this is where the Planning Commission landed on its recommendation. We did talk about retail, and we talked about the safety and comfort of patrons of those retail establishments, and you'll see that was why we had the 200 feet from the major thoroughfare standard for the retail uses. We also talked about the availability of industrial land and industrial parcels, and the Planning Commission looked at the maps and made some determinations that they felt comfortable with this recommendation that they were giving you this evening. And you had one more question for me.
I did, yeah. The other question that I have, or the concern that I have, is, and I appreciate the answer. I think you gave the best answer that you could, because what I've seen from when I watched the planning commission meetings, I'll be very frank, I didn't see any justification for any of this. I didn't see any justification, I didn't see any rationale, I saw nothing that made any sense. Because one of the things that keeps coming up that I take particular offense to, and again, I don't use the product, I don't, but I've been to enough of these retail establishments. We're worried about health and safety. What are we afraid of in someone selling something? There's no safety risk here. I've been to many of them. They're no more unsafe than walking into a CVS and walking back out, where people are walking out with drugs that are far more dangerous, just because we're prescribed them, although some people are prescribed cannabis. However, my point is I don't understand the safety concern. I know you're saying that they considered it, but I think it was really a moot point. I don't understand where the risk is in selling something. Maybe selling a firearm or something, and I'm full support of that as well. But again, I'm having a problem with that understanding. The other question that I have, though, is, unless I'm missing it, and I've asked everyone that I can get a hold of, what is the rationale for the 1,000-foot buffer? Because it seems to me what we're creating, particularly, and because you mentioned it again, I picked up on it too, and I'll be honest, I hadn't picked up on this element until just tonight, and that is the 200 feet from a thoroughfare. So when you've got a retail establishment that we're going to say to someone who wants to open a retail establishment, you have to be 1,000 feet from all of these things, and, oh, by the way, you also have to be within 200 feet of a thoroughfare. Well, if you look at the map, I mean, you're creating what I would call like a Cinderella syndrome. Yes, Cinderella, you can go to the ball, but you have to do all these ridiculous things that there's no way you could comply with. And in elections, we're dealing with the same thing right now. We can't comply with the Proposal 22.2 provisions and follow the law at the same time because they're in conflict. Those two things seem very much in conflict to me. How can you have a 1,000-foot buffer, which puts them basically out in the far reaches of the township for the most part, where there's practically no utilities and very few paved roads, but then tell them they have to be in a thoroughfare, 200 feet from a thoroughfare? How's that possible? They couldn't comply if they wanted to. You couldn't have an establishment if you wanted to, which really takes the number of parcels, which my understanding is right now 95, 97 supposedly that qualify, and then another 95 that would be conditional. But the devil's in the details, because when you take a look at it, and I didn't even consider it the 200-foot thoroughfare at the time, but because when you look at it, there's really only a handful at best of properties, of parcels that would truly be practical for this. And so it just seems to me with so many, that is overly complex, first off, but with so many complications put in place, that I have to agree with Trustee Joseph, and I'm trying to understand what was the rationale for coming to some of those, it seems to me, kind of conflicting provisions. Was there any rationale given for the 1,000 feet? Everyone I've asked has said no, there hasn't been.
The 1,000 feet comes from the distance to the schools, and that's one of the things that the state legislation allows the community to use as a baseline, and you can change that. It can be less, it can be waived completely, but that 1,000 feet. Many communities also choose to use that same 1,000 feet for the other sensitive uses that were listed: commercial childcare, libraries, parks, religious institutions, and places where there's substance abuse treatment. That's not atypical. So I would say that would be the justification the Planning Commission came to, is that they didn't feel like that was an unusual condition. With respect to the 200 feet, I would think, and I think the Planning Commission agreed to this, that's where the retailers would want to be, is within proximity. They want to have visibility. So that I don't think is necessarily going to negatively impact as much as it might seem, given that it is additional standard. And I agree with you on that. It is an additional standard.
So I just have one last question. I'm sorry, Jonathan, you want to go ahead?
I just want to add on for the 200 feet, the 200 foot comes into play for the M2 only. So the M1 is the whole district, the M2, and that was to your previous question for heavy industrial uses. The thought there was that protects the interior of those heavy industrial areas for those heavy industrial uses, and then the retailers would be out closer to the main road.
I appreciate that. Thank you. That's helpful. My last question is, did the Planning Commission consider, or were they even made aware of the Liquor Control Commission standards that Chesterfield Township holds for all of our alcohol serving facilities as well as our retail facilities, which is a 500-foot from schools or churches. Were they made aware that we already have an adult use product being sold in the township, a 21 and over product that is being sold and served here, and that's the standard set for them? Did they consider it, and did they consider the fact that now you're going to have a comparable adult use product that's going to be held to a different standard? And did they talk about that or recognize
We
that?
talked about the similarities or the differences between the sales of alcohol and liquor license facilities, but we did not get into the specifics of the regulations on those.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Trustee Anderson.
Yeah, thank you. I think if you poll this board, I don't take a lot of time here. A couple of years ago, we we're pretty much against anything that started with an M. Times have changed. Nearly 60% of our residents voted for a very, very generous ordinance here, or marijuana ordinance, or whatever the contents of it. I guess a question I would have would be these M1 parcels, this 1,000-foot buffer zone, whatever it is, how many are available in the township? 1,000 M1 parcels that are 1,000 that fall in within that 1,000-foot.
Do you mean available for sale, or do you mean just that meet
That are there, yeah.
that meet that standard?
Yeah, starting tonight or something. How many are out there?
Based on the mapping that we did, it's about just under 100 parcels that meet it completely, and then another maybe 90-ish, that could be depending on where the buildings are located on the site. So could be 190-ish parcels that meet the standards.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Joseph.
I just had a quick comment. Trustee Demink, you raised an issue. We talked about it the night that I came to the June 6th planning, and that is your informing of me, and I know, I can't account for anybody else, but Trustee Anderson. And you asked me at the June 6th meeting, do you feel that I kept you informed? And I answered yes, and I continue to answer yes. So there was no, just so we're clear, there was no misinformation given to me from you when we spoke about what had occurred either the night before or a couple of days before at the Planning Commission meeting. You were very clear with what you were planning to do, what you thought the board was going to do. So I was never, outside of the, loop in terms of direct communication with you, and I appreciate that. So no matter what happens after tonight or what, that part, I was in 100% agreement with saying, yeah, you kept me informed. The questions that we're talking about tonight really weren't part of Trustee Demink's updates to me. So I raised that because, you mentioned it at the June 6th Planning Commission meeting. As I said, when I left, a couple of guys took some real ugly shots at me, and one of them was like, well, why do we got to go and defend our position? He already admitted that Trustee Demink kept him in the loop. I wasn't saying anything other than I was informed. But questions about, what was the origin of a 1,000-foot setback? Why don't we use the Liquor Control Commission measuring tool, so forth, were all things that I, would have liked to have injected, but it's not my place to come to the meeting and tell you how to handle your deliberations. It is kind of inappropriate. My only reason for being at the Planning Commission meeting was to say that I valued your opinions, and that with that sort of respect for what you deliberate on and recommend, that is exactly what it is. It is a recommendation. So the board's opportunity to ask the questions that we're asking tonight and listen to the public is part of the process. So when a Planning Commission member, it's not about the Planning Commission meeting, but I went there to just explain why I respected you. Then I fielded a few questions, which I was happy to do. When I left, the guy says, we were forced to listen to this crap, and I just kept my head down because I was very irritated. And The comment that was made, which was really kind of hurtful, which I hope none of our board adopts as a policy, he referred to the public output, or the public input, as whining. He said that, I don't really want to name names because he said like, I don't want to make it personal, and I mention his name and then it's going to be personal, so I'll just keep it out. But he said, I've actually watched Joseph change his opinion depending on how many people come to the meeting and whine. I just don't think listening to the residents and valuing the input from the residents is catering to whining. And it's not a political, it is just an opportunity to hear from the public. When they come and they're packed and they want to have questions answered, I think it's very, very appropriate to listen to them. To like, one, I don't know the guy that well, so it's not like I came in and shared my opinion with him and then he knows what my position was and I changed it. The point is like, it's a big, big deal in our community. And we should have like every resident who wants to speak and every board member that has we have an obligation to get it right. And I do appreciate what you're saying, Jill, and that it's not a, written in stone tablets. That we should be looking at this as we, undertake it. But I don't like to hear our planning commission members repeatedly say, a disconnect. There's a disconnect. There's a disconnect. When we're not respecting each other's roles. Like our township board takes up the recommendation, then we evaluate it with all of the input from the residents. We would not be doing our job if we said, our planning commission, despite the fact that this individual and another guy who likes to run his mouth, even though I've seen him open his packet the night of the board meeting, does no deliberation, but he's got an opinion about me. I don't like the fact that they're able to say this disconnect from the township board when we're not supposed to rubber stamp. We're not supposed to just take the recommendation. We can respectfully challenge it, and there's a multidisciplinary team of sorts. And I know that this guy likes to compliment himself. He said in the meeting, I'm very intelligent and I have expertise, and what do they? We all are valued, and we are the body that is supposed to hear from the recommendation from planning, our planning consultant, our planning director, and most importantly, the public, and then make a decision to vote your conscience. And that's what I think we should do. Thanks.
Thank you. No further comments from the board. I'll open it up to the public. There's 3 minutes for public comment, and if you would, just state your name for the record, if you would. You don't have to. Thank you, Jill. Thank you, Jonathan.
Hi, good evening. My name is Ashley Flynn. Excuse me. Hi, good evening. My name is Ashley Flynn. City Council did a pretty good job, I think, of covering everything I'm going to state, but I'm here, so I'm going to say it anyways. The ordinance is written very restrictive and not what the voters wanted. You're placing a 1,000-foot buffer from houses on top of them already being in an industrial area, which restricts them to begin with. You're putting them, and this is more for like retailers, I would say personally, you're putting them in a manufacturing and heavy industrial area where personally, I wouldn't want to go buy something. I don't think most people would. There's one in Utica that's right on the main road that's highly visible. There's one in Mount Clemens that also is. People who bought houses also buy industrial areas. I think have a pretty good idea of what they're in for. You don't buy a house next to a freeway and expect it to be quiet, right? And the 1,000-foot buffer is extremely restrictive, and as far as I know, and I've been doing this since 2014, so long before it was even a state thing, has never been used, quite frankly. I would say most cities have about a 300 to 500-foot buffer, and it seems to be working pretty well. I've also worked in quite a few cities, too, in this industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Aaron Geyer, and I've been a practicing attorney for 35 years. I'm also a member of the cannabis section of the State Bar of Michigan. Now, Clerk Berry made a very interesting comment. We're treating similar uses differently. And I couldn't agree more. Now, I was able to get my hands on a packet which purportedly lists approximately 90-ish lots that qualify for the 1,000-foot buffer. And somehow that's being translated that there are approximately 90 lots that qualify. No, not even close. We're putting them in M1, M2. We're putting retail into manufacturing. Now, most of these lots fail right off the bat because of your parking issue. Your parking requires one space for every 100 square feet of floor. Most of these buildings in these industrial area are 5,000 and larger. So if you do your math, you need 50 spaces. They weren't designed for that. They were industrial. They have half of that. No chance. And as long as we're comparing apples to oranges, why do we have 100 square, one per every 100? The marijuana industry, I would say, is somewhat akin to a convenience store. The customer goes in, buys their product, and leaves. And if you look at your ordinance, it's one for every 185 square feet, not one for every 100. If we look at it and say, it's retail, that's even worse. That's one for every 240, not 100. So the average facility needs approximately 3,000 square feet. But again, these industrial buildings are 5,000, 10,000, 20,000. So the only way they're usable, if they're even available, and most of them are not, is you gotta tear them down and you gotta build a smaller footprint. Now you're talking into the 7 figures, and no one is going to invest 7 figures. Most of these buildings are occupied and they have tenants. Is that really what this township wants to do? They want to displace tenants? No, I don't think you do. These are industrial areas. Are these the type of, let me just finish with one comment. Okay, are these the places you want to send your kids to? I don't want to send my kids to industrial. I hope you don't either.
My name is Nicholas Aiello. I yield my time to Aaron Geyer.
Good evening, members of the board. You're going to have a lot of people speak tonight, so I'll keep it probably under 3 minutes. Industrial, I think, is, I know we're starting to hash into like which zoning districts. That was pretty exhausted in our discussion at the planning commission level, although we can speak about anything we want. I think the biggest concern I have tonight is the very, very robust and unusual buffer for residential. And so as we're looking at this ordinance, I feel like there's a theme that's kind of, you see pop up at the planning commission and at the board level, and that is, are we designing things under the guise of land use standards so that we can exclude and limit the number of facilities? Or are they based in actual land use standards? So for an example, we had to fight very hard to get these uses potentially in the M2 district. It made no sense. You could be in the M1, but you couldn't be in the more intense M2 district. But that did change. But it seemed like there was a desire to exclude just based on that kind of irrational way of looking at intensity of zoning uses. The other thing is that we would deal with the buffer from residential. I also feel like that's an attempt to exclude and is not based in a land use standard. If you look at the homes that are residential that are near The M1, M2 on Gratiot, they're across a major thoroughfare. Many of them are about 500 to 800 feet away as a crow flies, not as a liquor license standard, which I would encourage you to use. And these people bought their houses knowing there was M1, M2. And some of the uses that are in M1 and M2, they don't have an extraordinary 1,000-foot buffer, would be outdoor, with special land use, would be outdoor storage, heavy repair garages in the M1 district, bulk storage of flammables and hazardous materials, junkyards, landfills, refuse disposable incinerators, and yard clipping composting facilities. These don't have a 1,000-foot extra buffer on top of it. And as Clerk Barry said, this is a use that you also have in your proposed zoning ordinance regulatory standards on odors. She didn't say that, but it's a retail use. It is not a heavy stamping plant. It's not a incinerator for refuse, but you're requiring a 1,000-foot buffer from residential. I think you should lower that. I think you should lower it to 500, 750, and I think you should measure it just like you measure the liquor license standard with a minor tweak. I believe you have a letter from the Sharp Law Firm. I think it sets forth a very good measurement tool, and I don't understand why we're treating this any more harsh from a buffering standpoint than alcohol. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Chris Aiello, and I first want to thank everyone involved for your efforts. I know this is a very controversial and sensitive topic. Aside from the 1,000-foot buffer and the main, not problems, but the main topics of tonight, from a young and simple business perspective, with licensing and application fees considered, it's going to be very difficult for a business to generate said funds in order to fulfill said financial obligations if we are tucked away in industrial locations. I have become familiar with some businesses that are also in that perspective. Most of their clientele wonder, how did you get here and how did I not know about you sooner? It's these types of problems from a simple business perspective that creates a fundamentally steep slope for a business to climb in order to thrive in any community in that situation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments?
Good evening. Whoops. Good evening. Mike Rayner. A lot of people call me Mike the bus stop guy. And actually, I do think that it's only right that we protect our bus riders so that they're not in the middle of winter and rains and just standing there, just letting it fall. Actually, though, I grew up in the retail business, as a matter of fact, since we're talking about retail tonight. So I was the son of a single parent. And after shoveling snow, cutting grass, having my paper route, I found out about a retail job, the corner drugstore. Unfortunately, the corner drugstore wasn't on my corner. I couldn't get there on my bike in time. I couldn't walk there in time, but I could get there on the bus. So I got there on the bus. And so I got that job when I was 15. And when I left at 25, I was a store manager. And after that, I was the store manager about 80% of the time until I retired 2 years ago. So I think it's interesting because I'm not really the bus stop guy. I'm the bus service guy. Now, we're really proud of our unemployment because it's really pretty low now. So we think that's a good thing because those expensive jobs, we tend to get a little bit easier. So the jobs that are available now are those low-end jobs, those $12, $13, $14 hour jobs. And that's not where you arrive in your SUV, right? That's when you arrive after getting a bus. So on 23 Mile Road, actually from New Baltimore all the way to the Amazon warehouse in Shelby Township, there is no bus service. There used to be. I spoke real quickly to an employment agency one day, started talking about the buses. And she said, don't talk to me about buses. She said, there's no bus service on 23. I can get $18, $19, $20 an hour jobs, but there's no bus service on 23. So my question is, to Chesterfield Township, I mean, do we really care about that? I mean, is anybody up there interested in providing transportation for the people that fill these jobs that just barely help us exist? I mean, isn't that important to anybody? I mean, I guess I can see the argument because they didn't like my shelters because I didn't have a chance to fabricate it or whatever. But don't we need bus service? I mean, for hire, that's all you see, right? So why don't we consider getting bus service? And we can only do that if the township will speak up and let the smart people know that
Time's
it's
up.
important to them.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
If we could, this is on the agenda item cannabis. If we can focus on that and not other topics that we could take up later. Floor is yours, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Andrea Page. I live next to a C3 lot. I've been at the planning meetings when we first started to talk about this in just January and December. And I've seen how the planning committee took this seriously. I've heard their discussions about going to other facilities and researching the neighboring communities. One of which came up was the jars on Grossbeck. And what happens is they would go in, and this is not from the planning committee, this is from observing, they immediately either start vaping or take a gummy. So the health and safety concern that was brought up is just that. It's the 1,000 feet from residential because of the few that get right back in their cars and vape or take the gummies or what have you. Not to mention the smell. I have a backyard oasis. I love it. It's my go-to place. I couldn't imagine going to my space and having to smell cannabis, and I don't want to. I strongly urge the 1,000 feet because of those things, because of the safety issues and the smell. The liquor, the 500 feet for the liquor that they're doing doesn't have a smell. Liquor doesn't, they're not going in their car and it doesn't smell. So that's all I put into it is I've seen what the planning committee did because I was at every meeting. So please take their considerations seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Rob Huth. By way of background, I'm a municipal attorney. I represent Harrison Township, one of the first municipalities to enact a medical ordinance for cannabis and then a recreational ordinance for cannabis. I've been hired by the city of Pontiac as the only attorney to referee this process, hired by the city of Detroit recently to referee this process, and approached by a congressman to help participate in national legislation on this process. So first of all, let's be clear. You have an ordinance in front of you that is unlimited. Limited would be a scoring system that said we're only going to have a certain amount of retail establishments. You've come up with an ordinance that is not limited within that respect and will cut down on the litigation. Secondly, I heard comments that maybe because of the buffers we should be concerned about litigation. I want to share a story about a local municipality that I represent. Their city council was getting ready to meet. They had an evening meeting on a Tuesday night, and just ahead of that, somebody came to the clerk's office and dropped off an application. Is that really 3 minutes? Give Huth the hook. I don't blame you. Usually people fall asleep, but that's different. So just ahead of the city council meeting, someone came to the clerk's office, dropped down on the counter and said, we'd like to open a strip club in your downtown district. and we think it meets with your code ordinances in your community here. The city council that night passed a resolution putting a moratorium on strip clubs while it figured out how to respond to this application to have this type of establishment in its downtown authority district. So it went to planning. They put a 6-month ban on it. It went to planning. Planning came up with a new ordinance that allowed for less than 20 spots in this massive community that would be available for that use. Now, you've heard tonight there's 100 spots available here. This community had less than 20. Lawsuit filed, went to federal court. The judges said, 20 seems like sufficient amount. This ordinance stands. They appealed to the next highest court in Cincinnati, just under the United States Supreme Court, and said, you know what? They went to this court and said, there's not enough parcels to meet our request. And just under the Supreme Court, this Court of Appeals for the United States said, less than 20? That's enough. We know you say they're all being used. That's not our problem. That's your problem as the applicant. You make it work. This community did the best it could. And just like Chesterfield will be held up, it's done the best it can. Great ordinance, went to Planning Commission, public hearings, lots of comment, meets your request. It's unlimited. It should stand. Congratulations. Please consider what's in front of you this evening.
Thank you, sir. I let you go a little bit because you were interrupted.
Good evening, Chris Aiello, 49432 Compass Point, Chesterfield Township. So let's just get right down to it. Let's not hide. Let's not shriek. Last two speakers come from Jars Cannabis on Groesbeck. The female that spoke to you talked about smoking marijuana on Jars facilities and smelling that. It's illegal. They don't allow that, number one. Number two, Mount Clemens allowed their store 50 feet from a residential zoned property. What is she talking about? 50 feet. Rob Huth came up here and applauded you and said, yay, he works for Jars Cannabis, the only one group in this whole city that supposedly has a location. One location secured under the zoning ordinance. One only. So let's not cloak it. The 100 parcels that somebody drew up, that 100 parcel figment imagination that there's 100 parcels available to do this in, that's not true. Tell all these people here, look them all in the eyes, all Chesterfield, and tell them that that's not misleading, that there's 100 parcels available when they all voted for unlimited. It's not true. I researched every one of those parcels, and I looked them all up. They have buffer problems. They have buildings that are occupied. They have 50,000 square foot buildings on them, 75,000 square foot buildings on them, and then on top of that, you stuck them in industrial areas. How would you like your daughter or your wife or your grandmother or someone that you know walk into these facilities down Lenoa Drive? You ever see those buildings back there? That's where you want to put the pharmacy for marijuana. You want to put them down 25 mile down, all the way down in all those industrial parks, and you think that's safe for our family and all these people? That's where you want to put them. This isn't about lawsuits and strip clubs and things like that. That's not what this is about. This isn't about the law. This is about the will of the people. They voted. They voted because you guys turned down the legislation to control this. At the last minute, do we remember? Do we remember? Do we remember? No, 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 no. And then we lost control of it because it got on the ballot. And then some of you were surprised by it and said, you never imagined that this would pass. 57% said yes. Here's a sample of what's out there and to what is to come if this 1,000-foot buffer from homes exists. Why? Because it's exclusive. There's only one group here with high-powered attorneys who are great attorneys telling you this ordinance is great. Why? Because they got lucky and they already got on the Planning Commission and it's public record. And you've seen where it's going to be developed. They got lucky on a parcel of property. It's already being developed. Thus, that landowner was able to recoup all of the water and sewer that has to go back 600 feet from Gratiot. That's why, because the building sits 600 feet off of Gratiot. So that's where you want to put all of these stores. 600 feet west of Gratiot, 800 feet tuck us away. Look at all the memos that were generated by Giffords Webster. Look at every one of them that was prepared for the Planning Commission. They all say these should be in retail locations, just like Clerk Berry said. All of them, read the memos. Yet we're tucked away again. How did we get to 1,000 feet? That was never answered by the representative from Giffords and Webster's tonight. How did we get to start at 1,000 feet and never end at 1,000 feet? We still don't know. I heard 2 board members up here ask about that. We don't know where that information came, where that was led, where they told them to go on and lead and to start at 1,000 feet. There was no opportunity for discussion with the Planning Commission. I attended each and every one of them. That's not true. The bottom line is we started 2 years ago and we're back at the same place we are again. The same place, yet all of these people told all of you who are the elected officials, abide by their will.
Further comments?
Township Board, thank you for the time to speak. Planning Commission, thank you for your work on this project. My name is Josh Hostler, a local business owner and leader, and I support the 1,000-foot buffer for schools, religious institutions, and residential. Plenty of other communities also have this same setback. This came as a recommendation from the state, from the MRA, and that's, I believe, one of the reasons why it's being considered by the Planning Commission. Other communities have even further setbacks. There's some that have 2,000-foot setbacks. And so I think that this is a very good and helpful thing to implement. Okay, I'm not sure that I need to make comment to those that are making comments here to me publicly. So, yeah, thank you. So I think it's a great thing. I support that. I appreciate the comments already in favor of that tonight. The language on the ballot last fall was not clear. The township's own attorney is not willing to make a claim about the number of establishments that ballot measure indicated for fear of litigation. And so that wasn't clear. It wasn't clear that this meant unlimited. Other organizations have limitations as well, where they can have establishments, where they can be, those types of things. So a lot of M1, a lot of M2, all along Gratiot Avenue as well. So those seem like they'd be great spots for these types of establishments if the ordinance passes. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Further comments from the public?
Wendy Jones, Chesterfield, Shamrock Street. We have an amazing planning commission. I think they've done their job well. I thank you for that. Giffords and Webster, we pay a good amount of money for them to do their job. Thank you. You gave a very, very good presentation tonight. We do have unlimited cannabis. I see New Baltimore's thriving on theirs. So I just want to thank our Planning Commission, Giffords and Webster, and ask our board to please do what you have appointed our Planning Commission and go under their advisement. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments?
Rich Brokart. I live on Compass Point here in Chesterfield Township. I'm a member of the Planning Commission. Clerk Berry, you made a few comments. I want to address those, but I want to start by showing you guys a document. Everyone up on this panel here voted to approve the master plan. This is the master plan for Chesterfield Township. So when Clerk Berry, you say, we're trying to make it difficult, it's not well thought out, there is no justification in the master plan. There is justification in the master plan. If you would read it, it's 178 pages long, and you guys approved it. This is one of the best documents I've seen. And in 30 years, I've put together 5-year strategic plans for businesses. I've put together lots of these things. This is a really good document. So if we look at it, and you voted unanimously to approve this, When we look at this document, which I use as a true north, when I consider cannabis and I consider everything, I use this as a true north because that's what it's here for. When we look at the public input that you guys collected, 80% of the people who participated in open houses and online surveys, in seminars, 80% of the people voted for what's important here in Chesterfield Township. To me, cannabis needs to be blended into this master plan. Cannabis isn't who we should be. We are who we are. It's defined here, and what we value as a township: quality of life, housing for older people so they have safe housing, and younger families that begin with children, non-motorized areas where you can take your bike and go on bike paths. A gentleman talked about the bus, traveling, that sort of thing. And then the challenges: traffic and congestion. 80% of the respondents said that's a huge issue. Where did the 1,000 feet come from? Traffic and congestion in your neighborhood, next to your house. That's where it came from. It's you know, Robert, you said it's within the law. That's fine. But at the end of the day, the goal is for Chesterfield Township to minimize impact on natural resources and residential areas. That's what we tried to do. That's what we've done. There's nothing illegal here. It's a passionate issue. I love the fact that you guys are here. Man, thank you for coming. It's wonderful. I take it personally. So does everyone on the Planning Commission, as you do as well. So I'm going to ask you, really, really, don't think so much about cannabis being Chesterfield. Understand who we are, and let's integrate it into who we are by definition, and not make Chesterfield Township the cannabis capital of the world. I think it needs to be a part of, not exclusively. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments from the public?
Good evening, Gary Gannerellick. I live here in Chesterfield, been in the neighborhood all my life. Just by, what's wrong? Forever. By way of setbacks, Roseville, it's 500 feet from single-family residential, 400 from multifamily. City of Warren, 500 feet from residential. East Point, 50 feet. City of Gaylord, 500 feet. I assumed I filed with the clerk's office on June 5th of this year an outline of the issues that I presented. Presumably, the clerk's office and the planning department distributed that to the members. I set forth in that document and the attachments some of the comments that we had made at the Planning Commission. When you look at the Planning Commission meeting minutes from the May 2nd, it says that 2 people addressed the Planning Commission at the public hearing, and it has no substance as to what they said. And throughout the proceedings, it appeared to me that there was a preset ordination, so to speak, of that it was going to be 1,000 feet and all in industrial. But as the planner said, and as the clerk said, usually you have similar land uses in the same district. The people that want to run a grow operation or a processing operation, they'll go to the industrial district because it has the building size, it has the electricity, and it has the water. If you're in the retail aspect of cannabis, you want to be in a commercial district. Where the JARS location is on Groesbeck, I represented the underlying property owner that sold it to JARS for their operation. Mount Clemens approved it. Clinton Township gave them some flack as to parking because one part of the property is across the alley in Clinton Township. In Harrison Township, years ago there was a hearing as to marijuana operations. They put their grow operations in the industrial park along the freeway. At the end of the meeting, a gentleman walked up, a Vietnam War vet, and said, "Thank you for doing this, but you should have had a dispensary because I still have to go to Detroit to do it." The people voted unlimited, and with all the restrictions that are imposed by this proposed ordinance, you're going to invite probably litigation. If not, many property owners or business people that want to be in the cannabis are going to apply for variances to meet the ordinance requirements. In my reading of the ordinance for industrial, you have to have 5 spaces per 500 square feet, so it doubles almost what's required. And if you go to the existing ordinance provisions and existing facilities, they weren't designed for that type of parking arrangements. At the April 18th Planning Commission
Gotta
meeting...
cut you off, sir. 3 minutes.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
But the planners said the most of the industrial districts were already occupied in the township.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments?
Hi, my name is Janice Young. I live at 28714 Yorkshire. Wasn't really prepared to speak on this tonight. Wasn't actually prepared to see everybody here. Apparently that's what motivates the residents that are coming to a board meeting. So shame on all of you for not being here for every other board meeting. It's actually embarrassing. I guess we know where the priorities lie. I'm not a fan of the cannabis. I voted no for it the first time when it didn't pass. I'm not sure how it got on the ballot the second time and then passed. But I guess everybody came forward and voted for what they wanted on that. But anything to make it more difficult for them to get in there, I'm a fan of that. I commute 3 miles to work. I live in this community. I work in this community. 2 miles are in residential. I commute 1 mile down Gratiot, and I pass at least a half a dozen places that sell alcohol or liquor. That's kind of a lot for 1 mile. And Clerk Barry, I couldn't think of your title. I think the difference between the liquor and the pot is, cannabis is not federally allowed. We fired an officer for using THC gummies. Would he have been fired for drinking a beer? I don't think so. Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Further comments? Yes, if you want to hand something on.
It's just its numbers and that's going by them so quick. Okay. Hi, my name is Mark Abraham. Everybody on this board has seen me at all the meetings. I appreciate all the hard work you've done. The planning commissioners, everybody, Mr. Demink has had the dual duty of doing both of these, so thank you for all your time. What I just handed you is a document that I'm a numbers guy, and I don't disrespect the planning commission for working as hard as they did, but I want to make sure everybody knows everything about these numbers that we have. We have 99 sites, or 93 sites that we have that are green zone properties. None of them are for sale. None of them are for sale, and the majority of them are huge buildings, okay? 91 of them are conditional properties. Out of that 91, 15 of that conditional properties would have to be completely knocked down. 20, 30, 40,000 square feet that have to be knocked down to be able to find a spot on that piece of earth to be able to put a building. I know the Planning Commission didn't want for that to be what happened. 50 of them would have to be partially torn down. Everything on Russell would have to be partially torn down or fully torn down. No way was that the spirit of what we were trying to accomplish here. I know it wasn't. 20 is the number of conditional buildings that would have to be, you'd have to build behind it. You have a 30,000 square foot building on Russell. There's a way to sneak a building behind it. We could build a building behind it. Then we'd have to ask to split the property. I don't think that's the spirit of what we were trying to accomplish. Then I go down to the next piece. This is by size, what these buildings are. There's very little on all uses, all of the green zones that have anything that's small. Everything in here, you could see 20, 30, 40, 50, 60,000 square feet. I know that isn't what we're thinking. We want to push people to go take 3,000 feet of and use it for provisioning. I know that's not why, and all of that is because of the number 1,000. That is why. It's just too big of a number for provisioning specifically. So what I'm here to ask for is something that's very soft. I'm asking to look at a different way of measuring. We have a measuring tool that the Liquor Control Commission uses. Okay, I'm not asking for a lot. I'm not asking for a jerking of the wheel here.
A lot of hard work was done. I respect that by everybody. I'm asking to look at a different way to measure this, not to jerk the wheel on all the hard work the Planning Commission's done. Please consider a different way to measure it. It's going to open the door to a few more uses. This isn't going to open the door to 50 more stores. It's just a few. If you look at the map I put on there, it gives you a perfect example. I'm trying not to overdo my time. I see Mr. Kersten's looking at the clock. I don't want to get too close to the number. Look at that map if you would. Thank you, sir. Please look, and again, looking on this, some of these are businesses we would never consider taking over. We want to take Tim Hortons out of here, Toy Products, Stalls. Can you imagine if I asked him if he'd move out for cannabis? No chance. Look at all these big farms that are on here, 80s, 50s, 40s. There's too big. So I'm asking, please consider the measuring tool. The measuring tool only changes it very slightly, but you will open the opportunity for a few more businesses. Thank you for letting me go over, sir. Thank you, guys. Appreciate your work.
Further comments?
27065 Telstar. I'm just up here to say I fully support the 1,000 feet. Mainly for me, it's the smell. I'm sure we've all been on 94, driving past the old Gibraltar Trade Center. There's some days I'm over 1,000 feet and I can definitely smell that place. So as a resident, I don't want to smell that. At least, you know, I think that's just fair. You know, I hate to use the cliche, but us residents, we were here first. So that's all I got to say.
Any further comments? Any further comments? Any further comments? Bring it back up to the board. Floor is yours, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Martin Gagno. I appreciate everybody's time here. I just want to, on Ms. Berry's comment, free trade system, businesses should be allowed to do what they do. And I know a smell is, an issue, but, you have carbon filters for gardens that take care of that issue. And also with agriculture, I mean, who likes to smell manure? I know I don't, but it's a part of life. It's something as a necessity for that business. It's not harmful to smell it. There's nothing that you can take in as a contact or any issue like that. So I just think something of, smelling, I mean, these communities are all building to something, and, medical marijuana and recreational is a thing, and it's a big part that can take over pharmaceuticals in a lot of negative ways. So I just think that it should be a fair system for that too. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Bo Morosco, 53219 Pine Ridge Drive. When I signed the ballot initiative last fall here in Chesterfield, it said that I'd be voting for unlimited dispensaries, growers, and processors. This week, my neighbor told me that there may only be one provisioning center and 0 grow processors. Is that true? I'm a voter here in Chesterfield. Why wouldn't we create more locations? Having more locations creates competition, which keep prices down. It also creates more tax revenue, which we could always use. We don't have one liquor store, one beer and wine store, and certainly one bar. Please create an ordinance that will allow for competition. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Miranda Tusi. I reside at 53220 Pine Ridge Drive. In November, I also voted yes for cannabis. The ballot said unlimited locations. We are hearing now that the proposed ordinance is going to restrict competition. Everyone knows what happens when there isn't competition. I am not advocating for a bunch of locations. I do feel that a fair and reasonable number of locations is what we need. Please create an ordinance that will serve the people and allow for a competitive process.
Any further comments? Any further comments? Seeing none, I'll bring it back up to the board. Item 9F. I have a motion by Trustee DeMink, supported by Supervisor Kersten, to approve item 9F as presented with the effective date of August 1st, 2023. Did I miss something?
No, I'm sorry, I was just confused. With the previous motion, that this was a consideration, that there was a motion to consider And is it your motion now that you're moving towards a adoption of the planning commission recommendation? I just want to be clear
Yes.
in terms of your motion.
That, I mean, that was,
Yep.
I'll check to
Yeah, that
trustee
was-
to make.
That was my motion.
Motion to approve.
What the planning commission stated.
Continued support. Pardon me?
Now we're on discussion.
Discussion from the board. Clerk Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. I'll be very honest, I think everybody had their minds made up before they sat up here today, but I want to thank everybody for coming. And maybe I'm wrong, and maybe they'll clarify that. Couple things that struck me. Thank you all for coming. I really appreciate that. And by the way, I think everybody's minds were not made up yesterday. They were made up a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Now you're just kind of seeing it happen, and I'm really glad, because it's kind of one of those things when you drink too much, you're really glad when you can finally just get rid of it all, right? I think we're going to get a lot of relief one way or the other. However, couple things. With regards to I really appreciate Commissioner Brokart. I really appreciate coming up here, Rich, and sharing some of the things that you did, because I'm glad that you were able to come and address us, because we were told we could not come and address you. We were advised of that. I would have been there during your public hearing to make my statements known as a resident, but because of the nature of how the Planning Commission's relationship is with the Township Board, they didn't want any interference with either one or undue influence. So I respected that. I would have been there, though. So, and I think the rest of the board members would say the same thing. So it wasn't that, to Trustee Joseph's point, it wasn't that we're trying to be, that there's any intent to be disrespectful. There's no intent to disregard planning. It's not that we didn't want to be involved. We were advised that that was not the thing to do. So we wanted to all do the thing right. I think everyone, if nothing else, everyone's trying to do everything right with regards to this issue. So that's why we weren't there. So I'm glad that the planning commissioners have come here in front of us and given us some additional things to think about. With regards to traffic and congestion, that's a completely valid concern. I would expect that Chick-fil-A will not be put in any place that this isn't, because if there's anything to be said for traffic and congestion, Chick-fil-A is the worst I've ever seen. So I would expect that we're not going to be approving Chick-fil-A's anywhere near residential, because no one will ever get out of their driveways ever. But no, but honestly, it's a legitimate concern, but I don't think it's going to be effective of this particular use. I don't think we're going to see that. I have never visited a cannabis retail outlet where we have lines and lines of people pouring out. That's just not the case. They're in and out too quickly. I don't think traffic and congestion it's a valid concern, but it's not one that is that I think is going to realize here with this particular issue. So that's not a concern for me. Chick-fil-A would be, by the way. I mean, I remember where I live now over by the Kroger, they considered a Culver's to be put on the corner where I was going to enter into, and then they showed up in droves, right, to tell us that they didn't want Culver's. So I understand, but with this issue, I don't think it's going to be an issue. The second thing is the master plan. Absolutely. I was at all of the planning meetings for the master plan. I voted for the master plan. I believe in the master plan. Yep, retail should be in retail, not in industrial. I agree with that. I 100% agree with the master plan. We should have retail in retail. Why it isn't, I don't know. To me, it's a deviation from the master plan that I don't understand. And that's one of the reasons why I won't be supporting the motion, because I don't think we're holding true to the master plan. And with due respect to all of the work that the Planning Commission has put in for the last several months, I understand that and appreciate it. The Cannabis Committee put in years and years of research. I started mine 6 years ago. So, very familiar. I'm not going to go through my resume of everything that I've done with regards to the various levels of government that I've participated in with regards to this issue and all the conversations I've had. But I absolutely respect the fact that I think the Planning Commission was put under the gun to get it done quickly. That was unfair. I would have liked to have had our Planning Commission have more time. Trustee Joseph and I brought to this board a piece of legislation 2 years ago, and we asked for the board at that time to send it to planning, and they refused. That would have given you 2 more years ahead of this potentially happening to investigate this. So I understand the position that the Planning Commission was put in. And I understand why it seemed like the information you were provided with was very it had to be crammed in a very small period of time, and that's a lot. It was a lot for me to consider in 5 years. It had to be a ton for you guys to consider in 3 months. But as a result of that, I think we have hastened to judgment on some of the provisions of this ordinance. I have I've already outlined some of my concerns, and those remain my concerns. I believe that what I believe we should do, and for consideration for the board, what I think we should do is to consider a couple of things. If the 1,000-foot buffer and the reason why it was considered is because of the legislation currently in existence with regards to schools or educational institutions, fine. Then let's uphold that. We will be agreeing, I can agree with the Planning Commission on that, 1,000 feet from schools. But the 1,000-foot residential and the 1,000-foot from all of the other things is not rooted to me in any kind of logic, and I would recommend that we consider keeping the 1,000 feet from schools, and I would even go as far as to say churches, but then adopt the Liquor Control Commission standards of 500 feet for everything else. That'll also be more consistent with all of the other communities that currently have this use in their community. I think it will protect the residents' concerns. With regards to smell and odor, there is no smell and odor from a retail facility that I have been in. In fact, it's like they keep it behind bulletproof glass inside of 2 of them. So that's typically not an issue. I smell more of that in the Myers parking lot than I do when I visit the, when I visit. Hell, I'll be honest with you, I've gone out here after board meetings and smelled it in our parking lot. So someone who's coming here is doing that out there. So, but that's not our role here. That's not our role here. Our role here is to set a policy, not a political agenda, but a policy that makes sense from a fairness perspective and from a practical perspective. And I think that if we can make some adjustments to this ordinance that was provided to us, I think we can find some consensus. I also agree that the measurement tool, my understanding is the measurement tool wasn't really considered by the Planning Commission. I've heard that they weren't even aware of kind of the measuring tool. I think that makes a lot of sense. If we can adopt the Liquor Control Commission's measurement tool, as well as their 500-foot recommendation that we have here for our other adult use, which is alcohol, with everything except for schools. And maintain the 1,000-foot for the schools, since that's what I'm understanding the Planning Commission considered, as well as I would be willing to extend that to churches as well. I think there's a compromise to be made here, but just simply to pass this ordinance as it's been presented to us, I think is going to be problematic. I do think we'll end up in litigation. And with regards to, obviously, the Planning Commission, we take their recommendation. It's not that they've never gotten it wrong. They're people, and people make mistakes sometimes. And it wasn't too long ago that we had a cell tower issue that multiple courts ruled against our Planning Commission. And ultimately, we got exactly what I don't think a lot of people wanted. So I feel that we are, why risk that? Why risk going down that road again? I think it costs the township taxpayers well over $100,000 or close to it, $50,000 to $100,000 to litigate that. When we can perhaps mitigate that likelihood by just making a couple of changes. And those are the changes that I would recommend. So I'd like the board to consider those. The measurement tool, first off, changing that. I don't know what provision of the ordinance that specifically states. Actually, I have it here. Maybe the attorney knows exactly where that particular provision is. But instead of using the one that's recommended in the ordinance, change that to the Liquor Control Commission measurement tool. And then I would suggest the 1,000 feet, maintaining that for schools and churches, and making it 500 feet for anything else. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Supervisor Joe.
Yeah, I don't want to replow the same field, but the Planning Commission issues, I wish you hadn't brought the cell tower in, but we'll leave that alone.
I'm sorry,
That's
Dave.
all right.
I knew
That's
that would be
okay.
harsh. I
That's
apologize.
all right. I appreciated the comments. Mr. Brokart, your comments at the June 6th meeting, Mr. LaBelle's comments at the June 6th meeting, I appreciated those as well. There was never any dismissal of the work that you've done. And you're right, that master plan is a massive undertaking. And it started Trustee DeMink, then me, and then Trustee DeMink. So you're better than 8 years in that document. And it really wasn't until Giffords came aboard that we had, some real, final push to get that to the board. It's not 100% for me, and I don't think it is for you. And I know that you use it as your guidepost, but there is no document that resolves 100% of the issues that we have, and this is one of them. Because as you read through portions of the master plan and you talk about quality of life, you're talking about subjective, you're talking about what people of goodwill might differ on. We see it every time you have a public hearing when there's a rezoning. People will come forward and they'll talk about their quality of life, and then you have to balance the property owner's right to develop their property with what is a permitted use. And so you could have great people really angry about an argument that they would say is a quality of life argument, and they could pull passages out of the master plan. But when you look at our township and you look at the challenges that we've encountered, and I'm not by far the most senior person in this on this board, but I'm well over 30 years here, and to watch the development that's gone on and to see like how difficult it is to get to 23 Mile Road certain times of the day, to go from my house to Lowe's. I'm just on the east side of 94, and it's bumper to bumper both ways. And you go, well, how did we evolve as a community and have all of these businesses right on 23 Mile Road, all making right turns, left turns, 23 and Gratiot, and you go, was there a better way to plan that? It was an impossibility to plan that differently? So the point I'm making is that you can have debates, you can have discussions, good people can see it differently and not be committing some unfaithful act and still have fidelity to the master plan. And I think the issue of that Clerk Berry raises with regard to the setback and the measuring tool is very valid. And rather than going all night, I would just ask if there is any, well, trying to keep this nice, I think, Cindy, your Clerk Berry, your comments, we brought forth legislation, we brought forth a proposal prior to the ballot initiative. I brought 4 dispensaries forward, all rejected by the same 4 people. I'm wondering if there's any room to have a potentially unanimous vote with a slight modification along the lines of what Clerk Berry is talking about. That we own it unanimously with some compromise where not everybody is going to be happy. And going back to some discussions I've had with a pretty wise guy that was, I think, our greatest supervisor. Mr. Ellis talked about compromise being an event where everybody leaves the table slightly unfulfilled. You just don't get everything, and we have an opportunity for that tonight. It keeps and preserves a really significant balance of the Planning Commission's work. I know that we've had comments about it should be in commercial and it should be here and it should be there, but principally what we heard from every corner of the room, with the exception of the person that said, I just want you to make it as hard as possible on these people, but like you heard from every corner of the room, it's with us, and there's room for a slight amendment, preserve the balance of the Planning Commission's work, modify the setbacks slightly, and recalibrate the measuring tool. And I think we have a unanimous board going forward. where we can all own it. I'm hopeful that we could do that, and I would ask the maker of the motion to please consider amending your motion to include the modifications that Clerk Berry outlined.
Any further comments from the board?
Mr. Supervisor, a friendly amendment request to the motion maker.
Trustee Demink, do you want to alter your motion or change?
With all due respects to Clerk Berry and Trustee Joseph, I appreciate your recommendations, but I am sticking with the recommendations of what the Planning Commission recommended. My motion stands.
I will respectfully tell you that you and anybody that votes for that owns this in its entirety, because it's problematic and there's an unwavering, the four that screwed it up will be the four that own it. That's my opinion.
And with that being said, I will continue my support for the original motion. Any further comments from the board? I have a motion by Trustee Demink, supported by Supervisor Kersten, to approve the Planning Commission's recommendation, effective with this addition, August 1st, 2023. Clerk Berry.
Trustee Demink.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Trustee Elliott, or Treasurer Elliott. Aye. Trustee Anderson.
No.
Trustee Joseph.
No.
Clerk Berry, no.
Item 9G.
Item 9G is to approve a request to purchase the purchase of Laserfiche process automation development software for marijuana licensing with remote support and Laserfiche self-hosted community user licenses, and to amend the budget for the IT contractual services software GL number 101-228-801.002 in the amount of $23,539.
Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to approve.
Second.
Supported by Clerk Berry. Is your item, you want to address it? Sure. Clerk Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. In anticipation of needing to have a proper system to facilitate the applications of the marijuana licensing, we reached out to our Laserfiche representative because Laserfiche is the system, the record system that the township uses, and I feel that that the clerk's department will be managing this, that it's very, very important that this process is fully auditable, fully trackable, and that it is treated in a very objective way where the system will automate every step of the way possible between the individual assessments that are made by real people. But as far as when those things are looked at, how they're managed, and so on, this will allow us to do that, I believe, in the most fair, objective way, in the most efficient way as well, as far as utilizing resources. The Laserfiche licenses that you see, that packet 500, what that allows for is that allows for the applicant to have access to their application and on 24/7 be able to see where their application is at in the process. I know we're going to be kind of inundated with a lot of questions about where's my application at, has it been reviewed, has my license been issued, all those things, and they're valid concerns. I think a lot of people are going to want to fast track their projects as much as possible, so they're going to be very interested in where their application is in the process. This will give them access. After all, we are going to be charging them an application fee for the processing of this license. This really does give them full access to their application and will help facilitate that much faster than if we do it in a manual system. So it provides accountability, it provides audit and tracking, and it does provide the most amount of transparency. So our Laserfiche representative, who is putting together this product for us, if it is approved by the board, is here to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions for the board? Comments from the public?
I'd like to commend Clerk Berry. This is the first request for a purchase item over $5,000 to the Township Board that's actually looked at the budget and put a general ledger number in here for approval. The township has two things to operate within. It has a budget and it has a set of policies and procedures. And this is the only agenda item in the last 3 months that follows those. Thank you, Clerk Berry.
Any further comments from the public? We have a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Clerk Berry, to approve item 9G. Clerk Berry.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Demink.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Thank you.
Item 9H.
Item 9H is to approve a recommendation by Facilities and Operations Department to award contract on RFP 2023-FO-70 to International Construction in the amount of $59,900 and to approve a 10% project contingency of $5,990 for a total project cost not to exceed $65,890.
Is there a motion to approve? Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to approve.
Support.
Supported by Trustee Vosberg. Mr. Sonnenberg?
Thank you. I'm going to try to be brief and respectful of everybody's time with the next two agenda items, but don't let that diminish how much work went into these agenda items, and I'll be happy to take any questions. An RFP was posted to bid net May 25th, soliciting bids to demolish Fire Station 2. The scope of work includes building, demolish, removing the debris, foundations, the footings, and grading the site. A mandatory walkthrough occurred on June 1st, and the bid opening followed on June 13th, which we had 6 official sealed bids submitted. Bid tabs and the bid packages were included in your package that you have. The bid amounts range from $59,000 to $227,000 roughly. Together with Partners in Architecture, and the Facility and Operations interviewed 3 of the lowest bidders. See Partners and Architects attached recommendations to award the bid to International Construction.
Sorry about that. Comments from the board? Comments from the public?
Joe Kadich, I live on Sutton. I just wonder what the thinking is behind tearing the station down. It's been vacant for 5 years, 6 years. It's been no trouble over there. It doesn't cost you anything if you've got everything shut down. And you may wonder in the future if you've got something you need to use that building for, it's there, it's available. It's not costing you anything, and tearing it down isn't going to get you anything. The only thing I can think of, it probably meets, depending on the zoning, or how it's zoned. You could tear it down, or you could rehab it and rent it out to people to use for a marijuana dispensary. You get some kickback from that. I think, look at the size of the property, probably meet all your 1,000-foot obligations that you want. Should really consider this. I don't see any reason it needs to be torn down. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments from the public?
So Mike Horton, 50393 Bauer. When talking about the Fire Station 2, it is kind of interesting how this summer marks actually 5 years since its closure, and how that really sparked a massive community response, and how when it was shut down, it was much to the chagrin of basically everybody in the community. Nobody wanted it shut down, and the considerations were that it was an unsafe working environment. Well, the problem though is that many places are considered unsafe working environments when you really truly explore them. If you actually take a look in consideration, and I'm glad to read in the progress report packet out in the hallway that updates are being made to the HVAC system at Station 3. What is also in consideration, though, is the parking lot in the back area of Station 3 is also in great disrepair and had been for many years. You could tell, though, by the area in which it was built upon back in the mid-2000s. It was not in the best of foundation control. With that being said, you know, it took a long time to get the rehabilitation of Station 1 into its completion, but that, when it was completed, it was up to date and in very good condition. But what my whole point in all of this is why was that consideration never put forth for Station 1 or Station 3 during their times of disrepair, but Station 2 was immediately shut down when no one wanted it to be. And it sat there for 5 years. And just now we are talking about demolition regarding it, rather than rehabilitation or alternative uses. This seemed to be something that was kicked out, like a can kicked down the road, and was not in consideration, while many residents hoped one day that their fire station would return. That fire station acts as an icon for the people who live in that area, because that could have been an effect on their property values. It could have been, and it was just more or less a sense of their township government was acting in community guidance for such an issue. Having a fire station near your property does affect your standing in the community and your level of protection. Just as living near a police station or living near a school might affect property values or your sense of community, having a fire station nearby, an active one, has that effect as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments?
John Spica, 53978 Connor Drive. You guys knew you were going to hear from me at some point tonight. In regards to the recommendation, Mr. LaFata, I agree with him totally on with Clerk Berry. Clerk Berry is the only one with a general ledger number following policies and procedure. My hat's off to her. So I don't see a general ledger number on this. And my concern is we demolished the property on Gratiot, which was the old DPW. And we put that property up for sale, and we didn't take any bids that came in after that procedure. Just curious on what the plans are for this property. Does the township have plans to demolish it like we did the property on Gratiot and then put it up for sale? My concern for that area, and it has always been a concern for that area for the residents, is when they lost that fire department, you know, response time in that area. And as Mr. Wharton said, you know, I always like to live next to a police station or a fire department just for response time. Just curious what the plans are for this parcel, because now we're moving so quickly to wanting to demolish it. Thank you.
Any further comments from the public? I'll bring it back up to the board. I have a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Trustee, my apologies again, Trustee Joseph.
No, that's okay. Clerk Berry's eclipsing me tonight. Yeah, the comments that were made regarding the fire station. So if we're being 100% honest, the decision to close the building out of fear of safety, I think, was legitimate. And I don't know how many board members went into the building. I was concerned about firefighter safety. I'm not an electrician, I'm not an HVAC guy, and I'm not a plumber, but, and I don't like getting on a ladder, but I got up on a ladder and I looked at some of the electrical and the plumbing, and I'm pretty sure that you're not supposed to have water dripping on electrical areas. And so I was pretty sure that that was a problem. And then as you go through and you see and you learn about the modifications that had been made to that building over the course of many years, and we got a lot of talented people, but, you know, like, I don't think that a lot of the things that were done there were done in accordance with ironically enough, fire code. And there was a lot of makeshift sort of work that had been done to the building, and I'm not laying blame anywhere, but when we were presented with the problem, it was an issue for me that was very clear that we were putting our firefighters in danger because they were living there. And I appreciate those who are close to the building, and Mr. Wharton is right. You know, the nobody wanted it was true. The outcry from the public when we made that decision, I think it was the right decision. I don't like how we arrived at the decision because, you know, I got a call from the firefighters union president saying you closed the building, and I called the supervisor at the time, and Supervisor Kersten was the public safety director, and there was a lot of real like lack of information that was provided to the board. But if being totally honest, the decision to close that building was right. But the same problems that existed then with the lack of information seem to exist now. Because I don't know, and I don't know where the board has been briefed on why the demolition of the building is the course that we're going down. Like, this was part of a bigger project. It had to do with a number of facilities, including the police station, and the takeaway I have, and I'm certain there's the votes to do it. It won't really matter what I vote, but there is a very small number of people that make decisions, and they make them outside of, you know, a deliberative process. They're just done. They're just done. The supervisor gets together with whoever he gets together with, and we're going to demolish this building. We're going to demolish that building. The other speaker who mentioned the property that sits off the tax rolls in spite of a $500,000 bid, we had that building disposed of, and there was no real understanding of how that increased the property value. So when we've removed the element of safety from the, you know, or danger from the firefighters that were inhabiting that building, and then we're aware of, you know, the hazards, what does it cost us to just maintain the building and the grounds in a kind of a mothballed status, everything shut down, and then down the road we see potentially a use? Is it deemed, you know, we're going to condemn it? The building is like under condemnation for any and all uses, including storage or any other. The analogy that was used on the why we rejected a $500,000 bid is, what's the hurry? What is the hurry here? And I think it is anybody in that neighborhood who drives by and goes, I wonder if they're going to ever restore our fire station. I think the hurry is to eliminate that. Once the building's gone, we're not going to talk about Fire Station 2 any longer. It's just going to be a gone property, and then we don't have to be real with people. But to be real, to those who ask why it was shut down, I worked very hard, Trustee Anderson worked very hard to make sure that we were monitoring response times, and we also had concerns about people in need of medical treatment and what would their lives be like without the fire station there. And we enhanced our relationship with MedStar. We had another dedicated sort of truck in that area, and we monitored response times pretty adamantly. I mean, I think we did a pretty good job in terms of monitoring what was the risk to the community. What's happening now, I don't really know, but again, this is the supervisor's playbook. I know that we have a lot of you know, bonds that we're going to be contemplating selling, because I don't know for certain, but a lot of money being spent on this building and the police station, and not a lot of input from board members, but supervisor has a plan, so ask him. I'll just be honest with you and tell you, I supported the closing of the building because it was harmful and potentially dangerous to the firefighters. I don't think that the repairability of that was feasible, but I'm not determined that it has zero purpose. I don't know what the decision is to demolish it. Maybe he knows. I'm done.
Anything else? I'm not even going to reply to anything. You act like you've never been here. I have a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Trustee Vosberg, to approve the recommendation of facilities and operations. Clerk Berry.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
No.
Trustee Joseph.
No.
Trustee DeMink.
Aye.
And Treasurer Elliott. Aye. And Clerk Berry. No.
Item 9I.
Item 9I is to approve a recommendation by Facilities and Operation to purchase 450 modular floating docks in the amount of $34,750.
Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Trustee Vosberg, supported by Clerk Berry. Mr. Sonnenberg, do you want to address this?
Sure. I'd be happy to. Karen, could you pull up the slide for us? I'm going to go through a couple slides, and we're going to have a quick discussion. I'm, once again, going to try to be quick and mindful of people's time, do the best I can. This was a lot of work that went into this. This is something that we've been talking about for a while internally, and we actually had a plan to bring it to the board next year, but an opportunity came about, and we'd like to present it now, so I'm going to go through that with you. So the three areas you see real quick in front of you are Brandenburg Park on the top, Weber Paddle Park, and Salt River Nature Center. All three of these areas are pretty much newly created by this board, and a lot of hands went into it. I'd like to thank everybody. All these new walking paths down by the water have been fantastic. We got a ton of response. So while we're looking at these walking paths in these areas, our shoreline project, Weber, the Salt River Nature Center, we got a lot of traffic and a lot of footpath, or a lot of foot traffic. While looking at it with our Salt River Greenway team and Macomb County and going to other groups, everybody said, you know, you got this great waterfront property, it'd be nice to have a way to get down to the water. So we came up with this idea to incorporate these floating dock sections at these parks. So if you'll go to the next section, I'll talk about how we came up with the location. There's 3 locations we're looking at. One, as you know, we completed the shoreline pathway that takes you down to the water. Well, now with our breakwaters out front, we have an opportunity to get you down into the fish habitat and let people walk out into the water at water level. That also ties into our new asphalt path that we put in last month that we've been getting a lot of positive feedback from. So that's the first area. Karen can go to the next slide. The second area is brand new too. That was our Rotary donation. They donated $6,000 to the township. We put a slab in over at Salt River Nature Center. We cleaned up that tree line. We had a lot of dead trees. So that was totally overgrown. You couldn't get down there. So that would be the second spot that we would put a section of floating dock where people could walk down and get to the water's edge. Next slide, please. And this is Weber Paddle Park. I apologize. I didn't have a real good new photo of this, but everybody knows this park. It's been super successful. The problem we have there is, honestly, our kayak, what was a kayak launch, kind of gets overrun with fishermen. So we've seen the success. Like we said when we did this originally, we wanted to look at it and see how it grew. Originally, we had plans to asphalt everything. We're still going to wait on that. But one thing we would like to incorporate is this section of floating dock. So next slide, Karen. So how we got here, we started working behind the scenes on different docks, and trust me, I could go slide after slide, different docks, different sections, from fixed to modular to cubed. We kept coming back to cube. And where we're at now is, we were talking about like next year introducing this, but with our Bassmaster event coming to town, it was actually a wonderful synergy. We got with them and they looked into sponsorship opportunities. We wound up finding these cubes. Right here, we're looking at anywhere from, I think it went from, I apologize, let me look. It was roundabout numbers, it was anywhere from $115 to $133 a cube. So with Bass involved, we got that number down to 90 and then down to 65 roughly. I think it was 65, I apologize, there's so many numbers in my head. But, so we calculated the total amount, and we would like to get these docks this year because of the savings that was brought on by the Bass tournament. Obviously, with us moving forward, this would be fantastic, and we're also going into, the reason why we wanted to bring this up into next year is we purchased the property at Brandenburg. We're going into the 50th year of Brandenburg Park, which is next year. So we're super excited about that. We had wanted to incorporate these docks to have some kayak races, and they're modular, so they all clip together, so we can move them from one park to another so they don't stay stagnant. The other good thing about these docks is they're pretty low maintenance. I've seen those jet docks cubes on the lower corner, 10 years old, they've been sitting in the water every year, and they look fantastic. So we're getting low maintenance and long life, and the reason why we kind of wanted to bring this forward now was because the opportunity we have to save some money on the purchase. We do have money in our Parks and Rec budget to afford this. So It will be, it is included. We can absorb it in our budget. We had plans to purchase other things. We'd like to take advantage of this savings and move forward. So I apologize about the long rambling if you have any questions.
Thank you, sir. Comments from the board?
The comment was, I'm sorry. The comment was made that we have money in the budget. Where does this come out of? What fund does this come out of?
Parks and Rec.
There, okay. I guess the opportunities just keep raining down on us with this bass tournament. You know, we have an abundance of opportunities. You know, like the asphalt path and the path. It seems like we're spending a lot of money to prepare Brandenburg for the bass tournament, and I don't know where the money's coming from. You say that it's in the budget, and there's plenty of, but this was a project that you said was delegated for next year, and that after talking with behind the scenes and a number of external partners, is the board partner? Does the Parks and Rec Commission partner? Has it been in the minutes of the? Is this something that the Parks and Rec Commission has discussed, Trustee Demink? Is this something you were aware of?
I don't recall Josh talking about this. He could have, because we've only had a couple meetings, and they were talking about some other things.
No, I know that you haven't, only because I went back and I looked at the minutes, and it
I don't
wasn't
recall
wasn't
this
an
being there
issue
this time,
ever.
Trustee Joseph. I'm sorry, sir.
No, that's okay. I mean, I know you're involved with Parks and Rec pretty heavily, and if it would something that was on your radar, you'd recall it. But we're putting a lot of energy into the bass tournament, and I'm glad because it looks like a great event, county event. I know that we're like they're hosting it here, but I'd like to see at some point a total tally of all of the Parks and Rec money. Or other departments, including yours, because at the end of our agenda, we have what is alleged to be a pass-through, and I would argue that what we're really doing is commingling a lot of departments to make purchases and dress the township up for the bass tournament, and I'm worried about where all the money comes from, and I'm also a little surprised this wasn't on the radar, and we just got this great opportunity to fill in our lap. So. It would be helpful if we had more information, and we have Parks and Rec commissions, and you know we heard from the Planning Commission an obligation to respect their work. Don't we work these things out there? And you're the facilities and operations guy, so like where's the Parks and Rec input on this? So a couple of concerns, but thanks for the presentation. I didn't think you babbled at all. I thought it was pretty straightforward, so thanks.
Thank you.
Any further comments from the board? Trustee Vosberg.
Thank you. I think it's great that we're getting these. One of the things that about the paddle park is that ramp for kayaks is only for shorter ones. So by having these, they can be adjusted for various sizes. And I love the fact that it can be used in multiple ways in multiple places. So I thoroughly approve this. Thank you for moving it up a year.
Comments from the public?
Paul LaFata. Township's acquired a lot of assets in the last 2 or 3 years. Most of those assets have been parks and pathways. A lot of investments have been put into them. And the problem is there's still a lot of maintenance that needs to be done. And Brandenburg Park is a money pit for repairs and maintenance. And I don't ever remember seeing this in the, in the fish habitat or the Brandenburg Park, along with everything else. It wasn't in this year's budget anywhere that I could identify it, an actual dollar amount. And there's things in Brandenburg Park that have been put off. There's $1 million for investment in a parking lot that hasn't been resealed. The parking lot light poles have never been painted. There's a lot of maintenance to be done in other places, and this is a non-essential. If the residents don't have this week or this month, it's not going to kill anybody. We'd be better off spending that $34,000 on fixing something that's broken. There's a lot of things that are broken, and we don't address those. We just keep buying something else that requires more money to maintain. Most of this is coming out of the general fund. The general fund budget is already hemorrhaging. This doesn't make sense. Like I said, the township has a budget and it has a policy to work within, and we're not working with either one of them because there wasn't anything in the budget for this, which would be a policy, and there's no money in the budget for it.
Thank you, sir. Further comments from the public?
John Spica, 53978 Connor Drive. In the private sector, I work on a yearly budget. So every year there's a budget that we have to stay within and we have to work within and make it work. So unfortunately in the private sector, I can't go to my boss and say I need a budget amendment. So we're going to put it on next year's budget. Again, like Mr. LaFata said, I mean, this township, whether you guys want to face it or not and you want to face reality, and I don't care what you say because people lie, numbers don't lie, we are hemorrhaging. And we're not hemorrhaging in the black, we are hemorrhaging in the red. We operate every day in a negative deficit in this township, but now it has become standard procedure to operate that way because it's been going on for so long and it just continues because nobody wants to fix it. There's no money in the budget for this. So in the private sector, if I don't have money to do something, we don't do it. That's how it should be here. Thank you.
I'll give you a historical perspective. I was here before Brandenburg Park was a park, and you could get through it. It was like the wilderness. The guys in the Rotary Club, including my dad, had access to it. If you didn't have foresight, you wouldn't have Brandenburg Park. I remember when the Salt River was Harry Fuller's farm, and he gave it, when he died, to St. Joseph's Hospital, and they sold it to a developer who lost it to bankruptcy. So I think these are good expenditures. People use the park, and if you don't spend some money now, you wouldn't have it in the future. And John Niemeta set aside part of the Salt River Conservation Area when he built the second phase of Lottie View. So I think it's a good expenditure.
I'm not going to get into the financing right now, but I had some questions when I looked at this. I had some experience with floating docks. Some of them weren't good. Number one, depending on how they're put together, if they aren't anchored on poles to the bottom so that they can rise and fall with the level of the water, they're unstable. In other words, you hit one side and it's like on a boat that's rocking. And I don't see anything in there unless, is there some way that they're staked into the bottom so that they rise and they're held? Okay. The second thing is essentially, particularly the one I'm looking at the Brandenburg, you're going down that path that led to the water. I've seen people go down there with their young kids, you know, maybe 2 or 3 or 4 years old, getting to the water. And the thing they don't realize, and I don't know what the level is now, but before, when we still had that seawall back in 2020, that water was between 6 and 7 feet deep there. I don't know, it's dropped a couple feet since then, but I would imagine going out on this dock, you're still looking at 5 feet, 4 feet, and I don't see any railings around there or anything to keep people, particularly little kids, from falling off. Now, I think you better think about the safety of these things. Number one, like I say, make sure that they're staked, that they can rise to the bottom, which also keeps them from tilting if you're on them. But the other thing is, if you're going to have kids on there, you better have some kind of safety netting around them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments from the public?
Janice Young on Yorkshire. Now that all the cannabis people have left, we see who's actually still around, and it's the people who care about the community. I mean, we're the ones living here and dealing with everything, but as soon as I saw this on the agenda, I knew it was for the Bass Show. I kind of just put 2 and 2 together on that. I'm not in favor of spending the money on it. I think there are some liability issues with it. It's probably gonna require some maintenance further down the road. They're gonna be moved or can be moved. Are they all gonna end up at one place? Who knows? So I'm not in favor of the expenditure. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Any further comments? Bring it back up to the board. I have a motion by trustee Vosberg, supported by clerk Barry, to approve item 9I. Clerk Barry.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Clerk Barry, aye. Trustee Anderson.
No.
Trustee Joseph.
No.
Trustee Demink.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye. Item 9J.
Item 9J is to approve a recommendation by Public Services to award the Northeast Sanitary Sewer Phase 1 to the lowest responsible bidder, TR Piper Zack Company, Inc., in the amount of $4,749,671 for a total project cost of $5,978,400.
Do we have a motion to approve? Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to approve. Do I have any support?
Support.
Trustee Demink. Mr. O'Connor, if you would, please.
Good evening. On June 6th, we received bids for this project. We had 5 bidders, all competent, all had done work in the township. Piper Zack was the low tab bidder and the low bidder. We had a pre-award meeting with them on June 15th, just to make sure they understood the project and the parameters. That went well. So we are recommending that the low bidder, Piper Zack, be awarded this project.
And again, this is the Northeast Sewer to 26 Mile Road, the continuation of the one that went up Baker Road. Is that right, Mitch?
Yes.
Comments from the board? Trustee Anderson.
Thank you. I'll say it again. I don't know, we know who's going to eventually pay for this. Somehow it'll come back to our residents and people that are within the perimeters of this township. And I doubt if you'll get any benefit out of it. I mean, it's been an ongoing process. I've been a consistent no, and I guess I'll just continue being a no. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Joseph.
Mr. Supervisor, there's no ledger number, and the financial resource consideration, it is proposed that bonds will be sold to reimburse the water and sewer fund. So I'm assuming you're talking about the enterprise fund, and then do we ever think that maybe we should have like some assurances of how we're going to pay for a $5 million, $6 million project before we commit to doing the project?
So you want me to answer?
Yeah.
So yes, there is funds for it right now within the enterprise fund, the water and sewer department, to pay for this in its entirety. The plan is to bring our bond counsel in at the next meeting and package this as a bond sale with a couple of other proposed projects. We can't do that until we get the finalized numbers and the true numbers to forward to the bond counsel and bond company, bond agency, to sell the bonds. So 2 questions. Yes, we have the money to afford this without selling bonds. The plan is to bring it back to the board in the future once we get the bond package put together, which we've had continuous meetings with them. We finalized the timeline, bring it back to the board, and present it to the board for potential bond sale, and this would be included in it.
Appreciate that, thank you. The follow-up I have is, do we look at our existing capital improvement, so when we talk about level 4, level 5 failures, are we confident that we are, and I guess this is probably something that'll lead into the next agenda item with regard to the up or down, the minimum and maximums associated with the enterprise fund balance. How are you making the determination about what we will do in the event of level 4 or level 5 catastrophe. We have no provisions in place for whether or not we will, bond out at a particular amount or whether we'll write a check for a particular amount. But the last time I looked, Mitch, correct me if I'm wrong, but we had tens of millions of dollars in disrepair in our existing structure that is just kind of like we're just sort of hanging out there with our fingers crossed. And so when we run into an emergency situation, how do we know that we have, when you say we have plenty of money in the enterprise fund, how do you know that in relationship to all of the other like level 4, level 5 type infrastructure problems?
So Mitch, do you want to address the Gratiot Sanitary?
Yeah, and I'm going to apologize. I don't know what a level 4 or a level 5 is. But I can tell you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm mixing up the other boondoggle with the sidewalk gap, level 4 and 5. I'm talking about places that we know in the township that have shown up on your capital improvement plan as in crisis. So I apologize for mislabeling them, but like infrastructure that we have now that we are in a critical phase, like we're concerned about.
And we basically own and operate 2 utilities, sanitary sewer and water main. The sanitary sewer we've actively TV'd every year, and we've identified, in fact, right now they're doing open cut repairs on the sewers that need open cut repairs. We also are aware of the 27-inch sewer up I-94. We are gonna line the critical parts this year, probably in the month of July, and we have plans to line the remaining critical months.
Okay.
We also there's a 54-inch, I believe it's a 54-inch sewer on 21 Mile Road that we have just TV'd, and we're gonna take some active steps to slow down the hydrogen sulfide in that pipe. The water main, we keep track of breaks. We do have a couple projects that are kind of scheduled to go. Jefferson Avenue had a lot of breaks. Peggy Lane had a lot of breaks. But we put those on hold for the last couple of years just because the price of pipe just went, it more than doubled. And it hasn't come back down yet. So it really doesn't make sense to try and build those projects now.
Okay.
So that is the water and sanitary sewer.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Comments from the public?
I have a couple of comments. The bond funding, last year when the bond supposedly was approved, I thought it was going to be funded. I don't know if anybody looks at the current economy and economics, but the feds have been raising the interest rates, and bond rates have gone up almost double since they were last June. So whatever we were going to get a bond for last year is probably going to be almost 1.5 times what it is right now. So the anticipated annual payments on this bond that was originally done at like 3%, which was $1.2 million a year, is probably going to be inflated to about $1.5 million. I don't understand where the revenue's going to come from, but that was one of the issues. I thought the money was already secured in the bonds and they already sold, but that's a big issue. We're going to be spending more than we thought we were when this was approved, when the bonds were approved. Every time I see a project, the contingencies keep going up. Used to be 10%, now we're 15%. So we're not sure that we're going to do everything right, and there's going to be errors and flaws in what we do. That's not what program management's for. I don't know who's going to manage this program, but it should have already started, and there should have been a work breakdown structure, especially because this is going to be in 2 phases. So everything's captured, everything's done right, the design is right. If the design is wrong to start with, and it hasn't been reviewed, it hasn't gone through all the checks and balances, you're going to have changes. And that's the other thing. I don't understand these as-builts. I've done design and development for 27 years, and the design is the most important part of everything. The design is reviewed, it's validated, it's signed off. And there's no changes made unless the design is redone and it's reapproved. So I don't understand as-built. How can you make a change? You have a pipe that's going from point A to point B, and you're going to change something. How do you change something without changing the design first, so everybody knows they're on the same page and what the end product is? As-built, never in the private sector. That's not the way we work. You're just leaving everything up for speculation. But the program management part, if you don't solidify that today because of 2 phases, all we're going to have is we're going to have a lot of changes, and we're going to eat up $712,000 in contingencies. Contingencies in the private sector don't work, because if you need to spend extra money, you have to go back for approval if it's anything over $5,000.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments from the public?
Everybody's talking about what do we have in the enterprise fund, and nobody said how much is in that enterprise fund now. I asked, I think the last time, maybe 6 months ago, and said it was $11 million, which was unchanged for probably 6 years, despite the fact that money in the collections should have allowed for about $2 million worth of pipe replacement every year. Now here we are, how many years later, 6 years later, 7 years later, and unless that enterprise fund went up from 11 million to 17 or 18 million, we're skating on thin ice here. This doesn't make sense the way this whole thing is being run. If you're going to get bonds and say it's going to, the customer's going to have to pay for it, do it now. And put it on, just like you're going to do tonight, you're going to raise the water rates because of water rate increases from the sewers between Great Lakes and also from Macomb for the sewers. Put it all together. Show us what it's going to cost us right now. If you're doing this and know you're going to do a bond for it, or bonds, set it all up. Forget this last one for tonight. Tell us where we're at. How much is in that enterprise fund right now? Nobody wants to say? The only thing I know that's been contributed to it was basically the 4 million, whatever you got, toward the water pump station. Other than that, there's been no increase. And you're still skating on thin ice here. This is no way to run a business. And this is a big business. You know, last year, unfortunately, your members of the engineering company, he talked about the 22 budget and how you did. He said you brought in $18 million, but you spent $21 million. Now here we're in the same boat again. And I don't think there's been any increase that brought that enterprise fund up. You guys better look, and the rest of you better look at what's really going on here and decide. You're all saying you're going to, support the community. Well, voting for this is not going to support the community.
Thank you. Any further comments from the board or public? I'd like to, can I interrupt right now and make a motion to exceed the 10:30 time limit?
Support.
All those in, a motion to exceed the 10:30 time limit for the board meeting. Motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Trustee Joseph. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We will extend the meeting. There's one item left on the agenda. Mr. Wharton, the floor is yours to continue on item 9J.
So regarding the motion, regarding the exorbitant costs for the phase one, it should be kind of taken note of your kind of piggybacking off of what Mr. Lafada had mentioned. We have not seen interest rates like what we are seeing right now in about 15 years or more. So, so many governments have accumulated cheap credit and debt over the course of the last decade and a half in order to
put out as expenditures in massive projects. But now that may need to come more to a halt because of the ever-increasing interest rates. If this does come into play, that you're not taking into consideration, you're talking about the bonds basically being issued are being far more expensive than we have ever seen in recent memory. So much so that how many people have been around since that point in time to even remember the times of near 5% interest rates and that sort of on government issues. With that being said, though, it's not just an interest rate problem that you're also considering. It's the fact that you're settling this for future generations that are not even present to even take note of that. How many, I kind of wish this item would have been mentioned or been talked about before the cannabis issue, because you would have had a larger audience to actually be in addressing that sort of issue. It kind of feels like the remaining people here are just going to talk about it, but not many people are going to actually comprehend that we're spending millions of dollars on an issue that's that not everybody fully comprehends either. This is an exorbitant expense that really does need to be more dissected, more talked about. You're talking about the future of the township with massive costs, and this is just phase one. How many phases are there total? How many more millions of dollars are going to be spent, or hundreds of thousands that are going to be lost in interest payments or in just continuations of, we don't even know if the budget's going to actually even be for that amount. It could exceed it, as so many things in this township end up always coming about with these meetings. Always comes back to the meetings, we need more money, we need more money, we need more money. How much more is this going to cost down the line? We need to be honest about what the costs are up front, what the overall plans are up front, because we can't treat this like they do in DC with all of the bills that they've passed. We have to pass it before we can find out what's in it. That's not what we do at the local governance. You're working with very limited amounts of funds, and this is a major, major expenditure. Focus on not just passing it because we need to pass it, but actually just debate it, discuss it, get everybody involved in it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments from the public?
John Speaka, 53978 Connor Drive. I'm a no on this 26-mile sewer, so. And I agree with Mr. Wharton. There's definitely hasn't been, in my opinion, sufficient discussion by the board members within themselves tonight with other board members before spending this exorbitant amount of money that we don't have in the first place. The only discussion that I really see coming from the board, and it's just not my perception, it's the majority of the residents of Chesterfield are, Trustee Joseph, Trustee Anderson, and Clerk Berry really are the only discussions that I see. On this side of the board, and I think the proper term is a banana republic. I mean, it's a go along to get along. So when you're spending this type of money, the residents' money, there should be a discussion. There should be concern. There should be questions asked. It shouldn't be a go along to get along, a rubber stamp. That is not what local politics is about. It's not about one guy controlling 4 people, but that's what we have right now. Until this gets rectified, this is going to fall on the burden of the residents continuously. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments from the public? Bring it back up to the board. I have a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Trustee Demink, to approve item 9J. Clerk Berry?
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Trustee Demink.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
No.
Trustee Joseph. Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
No.
Clerk Berry. No.
Item 9K.
Item 9K is to approve approve a request by Public Services to adopt Resolution 2023-21, approving a pass-through water and sewer rate increase effective July 1, 2023.
Is there a motion to approve? Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to approve. Is there any support? Seeing there is no support for the motion, the motion dies. Item 10, addendums. There are no addendums. Item 11, public comments. There's a 5-minute time limit. Please, if you would, state your name. You don't have to. State your name for the record. And clock will start when you speak.
Mike Rayner, Jack Grove. Don't worry, I'll take a minute. I just wanted to apologize. I was late getting to the meeting, and I certainly didn't mean to interrupt the cannabis agenda comments. I feel very stupid having done that, but I walked into the meeting when it's usually this time of evening, and so excuse me for making that mistake. Thank you.
Well, I went through a lot of data because of the request to raise sewer and water rates. I guess I won't have to use it, but there's some data that's still good. What the township residents have is a looming sewer debt with no defined revenues for payment. Residents and the business owners right now are 100% accountable because of the approved actions of the Township Board of Trustees. There's $11,000 estimate for the North Gratiot Interceptor repair, where the township assumed full responsibility, and they gave Lenox, New Haven, and the Macomb Correctional Facility a $3.2 million present for their use of that sewer while they were using it. Now we've got the Northeast sewer line, and originally, with the amortization rate of 3% for the bonds, it was going to come to $22,500,000 over a 20-year period payback, which was like $1.2 million, which that's going to be inflated because you can't get bonds right now for what you could have a year ago. It ain't going to happen. You call any broker you want, it ain't going to happen. The interest rates keep going up, and the feds are going to raise them again shortly. So if you look at the total debt amortization of $33,500 that I calculated originally, that's no good anymore because I thought the bonds were already sold, it's going to be something more. And you look at the allocation to the residents by equivalent meter usage, which residential is usually equivalent meter of 1, it's going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of $1,500 for each resident. That's the cost burden they're going to have for those two projects, about $1,500. That's what you're taxing the residents with. Somehow you're going to have to put that into water and sewer rates because there's no other revenue to pay for it. And Mr. Kadish is correct. I have the breakdown for the cost of water and sewer, and the cost of water from Great Lakes Water Authority in the $4.25 is only like $1.38. It's not $4.25. And buried in that is a thing called depreciation. And if you look at what's in the cost of the $4.25 for depreciation, and you multiply it times the 1,000 gallon increments that the township sells to the residents, in the cost of water sales, the township collects like $1.2 million in depreciation. In sewer and water, it's the same thing. There's a depreciation element and they collect about $1.3 million. So there's $2.5 million every year that's collected when residents go pay their sewer and water bills, and somehow it disappears. Nobody knows where it goes. There's something wrong with the operational structure of the water and sewer department. Either that money's been filtered out and taken into the general fund, but there's something wrong, because I can show you the data. I have the data. Data doesn't lie. The money goes into the coffers. $2.5 million every year for depreciation. It's on the budget as an appropriation, and that's where it gets covered, in the sewer and water. And there's some of that in the RTS costs also. And in the RTS costs, there's bond payment money, and there's bond payment money in the commodity charges. People need to understand what's in the cost breakdown, and just using a percentage doesn't cut it, because you're inflating everything and you're not being accountable. And since the white papers, there's never been a proper allocation of facilities and operations in water and sewer. And it's quite evident that when there's a charge for something like uniforms, just bill it all to water and sewer. And if you want to know where the money went, look at how you're allocating everything. Look at how you're treating it. Look at how you're spending it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments from the public?
John Speaker, 53978 Connor Drive. I want to start off by, I want to thank Trustee Joseph and Trustee Anderson for their complete dedication to the Josh Baker cause, to the fundraiser, to everything that they did for our officer. And in reality, what Trustee Joseph and Trustee Anderson did was they got Officer Baker reinstated to our department where he belongs. So I want to thank both of them. Where my disappointment lies is with Supervisor Kersten. It lies with Treasurer Elliott. It lies with Trustee Vosberg. And my biggest disappointment is Mr. Demink. And the reason why Mr. Demink is my biggest disappointment, and he will be the attack dog that will attack me like he always does, but that's okay. I'm used to that. I'm thick-skinned. It doesn't bother me. He's a police officer, and he currently works for the Department of Sterling Heights. So as a police officer, not supporting another police officer, considering the circumstances, in my opinion, which was wrongful termination, just it is unbelievable to me that he stood silent when Supervisor Kersten went along with these silly, vindictive tactics, I call it, against a hero and a warrior in our township. So, I mean, that was my biggest disappointment. But to shine light on it, and I think Trustee Joseph did a phenomenal job last week. This is what you call a Banana Republic board. So I knew tonight that we had a full board tonight by looking at the agenda, because if you looked at the agenda items, I knew he was going to have the votes that he needed to get the majority of these things passed. He's got his 4 votes that he can normally count on: Trustee Demink, Trustee Vosberg, Treasurer Elliott, even though she surprised me on 1 vote tonight, and Supervisor Kersten. So there's your majority of the vote making the decision for 46,000 residents in this township. So it shouldn't be that way. He should not have anybody's vote. There should be discussion up here. There should be a continuation. There should be dissent. And there shouldn't be total agreement when they come out and decide to vote on something. That's ludicrous. It is insane. But this is what we have, and until next year, which will be the next opportunity to change this board, we have to deal with it. And we have to hold them accountable for their actions. We talked about Fire Station 2, and I would have rather have seen us take the $8 million that Supervisor Kersten gave the wealthy and well-connected on that sewer line on 26 Mile and invest it in a fire station for the community of Chesterfield. That would have been money better spent. Another concern that we haven't addressed, and it's been addressed a couple times in here, but it hasn't been taken seriously by this board, is we've got an employee here that was let go by the township that's owed money. Well, guys, this is simple. Why can't we rectify this with her, with Christine? Cut her the damn check and let's move on. So it's ridiculous. I mean, we can rectify a situation with an officer because this board or this township room is filled with residents and anger, but we can't take care of a $360 check for an employee. I mean, that is totally ridiculous. Let's reimburse her the money that the township owes her, and let's do the right thing and move on from this. And to my surprise, Kathy Elliott, she helped you on your campaign. She went door to door. She talked to people. She got you votes. You brought her on staff, and now you just turn your back on her like she doesn't even exist? I mean, that is complete craziness. But that doesn't surprise me. Will you get her money that you owe her? You told her you were going to help her and look into it. I haven't seen any action on your part. Let's follow through. Following through is like a top priority. And the other concern is this Bass thing at Brandenburg. Where are we going to get the money for the police protection that's going to be needed? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments from the public?
Lighter note, I'm glad to hear that the Historical Society is doing that World War II reenactment. My dad was with a MASH hospital in World War II, originally started in North Africa and then went up to Italy, and he kept a diary. And we all know that D-Day was June 6th. His diary for June 10th had an entry that said, rumor has it that the invasion took place a few days ago. Now in America, you know instantly what took place. And he was with the MASH hospital. He was a sergeant intake officer. One day he processed 300 people, casualties. But to find out like 4 days later, and fortunately for me, I've had the opportunity to go to Normandy twice, and if you ever have an opportunity, it's a fantastic place to visit. Thank you.
Further comments from the public?
I guess there's not much I can add, except if anything, this meeting proved that something is really needed to help, I guess, encourage the residents to come to these meetings. Because other than that, there's no information put out before things get resolved here or get sent here. I don't know what it's going to take, but I was surprised today when I saw the meeting, or part of the meeting, that you wanted the $5 million to start the sewer line along 26 Mile Road, and don't even have a bond issue for it, and wondering where the money is. Nobody even said how much money is in the enterprise fund now and where it's gone in the past. I think you guys really should consider bringing some commissions back on to work on some of these things to represent the people. I worked on a water commission years ago. We found out what was going on. We wrote the right paper, and basically nothing happened to it. One of the big things was separate all of the items in the enterprise fund, what you needed for bonds, what you needed to run the department, what you needed for replacement. Separate all of it. The enterprise fund is like a just big open bucket that people can scoop in there and say, use this for that, use it for something else. And it doesn't surprising that it's even been used by the other departments. A lot of that money over the years has just been channeled out to where it was not paid for and what customers expected it to be used for. I would seriously make a recommendation that somebody decide to put a commission together and get into this and advise you guys as to what's going on and what should be going on in the water department. It's really needed. You got an $18 million business out there that just goes along and people dips their hand in it and take money out wherever they think they need it, and nobody's held accountable. Good example is that we no longer call it the Water and Sewer Department. It used to be Water and Sewer and Public Union, or Public Works. They were separate. Public Works was funded out of the general fund. No longer the process. Right now, you look at it, they're all the same thing. They use the same building, but they don't pay for it. It's a big area of concern I have. We've lost a lot of money. It's not been accounted for. And the way it's going, it's still not going to be accounted for in the future. Please take notice of that and put something together. Propose to put together something. Doesn't take much to get a few people on here to work at the board. You got a planning commission, you got a zoning commission, get a water commission. The other thing is, John mentioned what's going on with Christine. We had a happy ending with the police issue there. But what would happen to Christine should have been reviewed by you people. Trustee Joseph brought a measure probably 2 months ago to have everybody that's left or being fired, have them get a review before the board. What happened with her is she was fired. She had met her 6 months obligation as a trainee or whatever have you. And then 3 months after that, an HR director contacted, well, he's not here now, but contacted the water person, Mitch and Paul, and said, you got to fire her. They balked for 2 days, but they eventually had to fire. They, you know, but there was no reason given. Somehow it was considered that the HR director said that he extended her time. Nobody knew about it. She didn't know about it. Now, if you put up with this kind of stuff, it's a reason that people are leaving here, and it's wrong. You people don't want to get involved. You say you're here just to make decisions on things that come to the item. You should be part of those kind of decisions. You're not being involved. Just doesn't show any dedication to what you're supposed to be doing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments from the public?
I'm too young for these late night meetings. Regarding what we saw tonight, first and foremost, I want to say another big congratulations or support for our Eagle Scout Adrian for what he did. I think that was a really awesome thing, and it showcases what a single person can do within our community. And it should really be kind of that representative format that, you know, he was the youngest person here, and yet he did more than what a lot of people in our community have even done despite decades of living here to contribute for the greater whole. And that really does kind of strike an important sort of notation, how one person, a young person of that nature, can do so much. And if we all kind of put forward our actions here, when we have that drive, when we have that motivation to actually commit to something better for our community, can we as individuals add to that collective? That is something we can all take note of. What you saw tonight with the clear disconnect between the board and the cannabis people, it really does kind of showcase, though, that distrust still exists and persists within our community between the township board and the residents. You know, it may not be everyone, obviously not everyone in this room, not everybody in the township can fit in this room, but it does consistently happen every time there is a major presence of the community within this boardroom, there is a big disconnect between a majority of the board votes and the community residents. And that really does kind of showcase the aspects of representative democracy as not really being representative on that proportionality, unless there's something missing in that equation. Aside from that, part of that disconnect also comes from stemming the fact that it does feel like as if the supervisor is playing a gatekeeping role against residents having the ability to participate within the democratic process. If we are not given our proper information, if we're just told regarding the board agenda items, but not really able to participate in them. I mean, we've already seen the limiting of public comments on these issues for the hearings. We constantly are kind of pushed away from proper debate, proper dissension, anything of that manner. It really does feel as if only the select few are able to actually discuss the issues, even though the members of the board are not universal experts or polymaths in any aspects. They are specialized individuals in their own purview, but are on the board because they are elected officials, not universal, do not have a universal understanding of everything that goes into running a government. That is why you defer to people who work within your departments, but you also have your residents who can act as good insights, offering you advice and offering you understandings you may not have. That is what makes the human species so incredible, is our ability to specialize and cooperate with each other to form a society. But if you isolate it so that only you make those decisions without regard for everyone else, that creates the downfall of any society. That's why central planning always fails. Aside from all of that, again, I don't know how many times I've come up here in the last year and a half trying to address issues regarding the fire department and the fact that the township still is not fully committed toward finding solutions to benefit the fire department. But I do hope that the discussions for during the summertime will be enacted, and I hope the residents know the struggles that the fire department is still facing in these regards. However, when I see the money being spent on the sewer line, one of the things I'm always kind of in the purview of is any board member or any resident can always come up to this podium or speak from their position and say, well, we spent the money on the sewer line, so that means that we have the money to do this. We have that money to do X. We have the money to do Y. There is no excuse then for any budget cuts for the future. There's no excuse for tax increases for the future or millage increases. There is no excuse because you're willing to spend the money on the sewer line. Therefore, anyone can come up and say, well, I want my thing to be funded next. It creates that situation for the future. And if you don't want that to happen, you need to learn to properly convey messaging to the public and not act as a gatekeeper, thinking that only you have that knowledge and purview. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Oh, and happy 4th of July, everyone.
Any further comments from the public?
I don't have too much more to add for tonight. I've been advocating on Facebook to try and get more people to attend the meetings. I've been coming here since the beginning of the year. I've learned a lot. I have a lot to learn. I don't understand all the processes that happen. I attended my first planning meeting, which there was nobody there except for the gentleman that wants to do the Tombstone Brewery. He was the only one there. It still was interesting to see the red tape he was having to go through to get his business off the ground, which doesn't look like it's going to happen. But, I was late tonight coming here. If I advocate to get people to come here, I want to be here. I had a family member pass away today, so I was with my family, but I still felt it was important to be here. I wanted to hear what was going to be said. I had no idea I was going to have all these people here. I was kind of shocked by that. I didn't have a lot of time to prepare for anything, but I do see on social media the things that the board members post, and it's a lot of fluffy stuff. I don't see any real topics being discussed by anybody. on the board. I see, all the ribbon cuttings going on, the promotion for the bass show and everything, and I'd like to see you guys talking about more real things, sharing more information with the residents. Like the water increase that was on the agenda. That's a big deal. It's a big deal to a lot of people. Money's tight for a lot of people, and maybe more information about that ahead of time would have been good, and maybe people would have been more interested in coming tonight. So I'm going to keep doing my thing on social media, and hopefully I can get even one more person to come to these meetings. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Further comments?
Christopher Pierrick, 33862 Embassy. I got a couple of things to bring up that may be insignificant to most people, but they're important to me, so I want to bring them up. At a May 23rd board meeting, when one of the residents brought up an item on the bill run, it was for Rocket Enterprises and the multiple line items for that and the thousands of dollars that are being spent for flag maintenance in the township. The flag that flies in front of the community center is tethered and ripped and torn, and it's pretty disgraceful. Not sure if that's under the Chesterfield Townships or if it's under the Anchor Bay schools, but needs to be addressed. And the other thing is that there's some construction going on 23 Mile Road west, the north side, right across from Russell Schmidt, and there's a light there, but there's no light for that new traffic coming out of that construction zone, and so traffic is having to come out of there without any guidance from a traffic light. I don't know who takes care of that, if it's or if it's something that should have been planned for when that property was allotted for that development. The last item I have is I'm in section 2 of the sidewalk replacement program, which my sidewalks were assessed in the fall of '21. They were marked to be fixed in the spring of '22. I had 2 flags replaced on my sidewalk. In the process of them doing that work, they punctured my sprinkler lines. I contacted them through the email address that was provided if there was problems. They came out and fixed it. After that was fixed, I noticed there was ponding on one of the slabs. I asked for that to be addressed. They came out and assessed it along with the contractor did, along with somebody from the township. They were able to rectify some of that, but one of the slabs is raised on both sides, so it's going to continue to pond. And so I continue to question that. I didn't want to be charged for that subpar work, which I was, and I wanted that to be rectified, because if that water freezes in the wintertime, as a resident, I'm probably going to be liable for somebody getting hurt on that, so I wanted that to be addressed. It was finally addressed in October that I'd be credited one slab, and the slab would be fixed and replaced. It took 6 months for the credit to go through on the special assessment, but it finally did. But that slab is still in the same condition it was, and it's been 9 months since I was told that it would be taken care of. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Any further comments? Back to the board. Trustee Anderson.
Okay. Madam Clerk, you brought up an interesting topic during one of your presentations, the tower over there on Forbes. $100,000 cost to the township in that tragic situation, but I'm not going to get into that tonight. It probably spent about a half hour doing that, analyzing that situation. Well, before I go any further, I want to thank those of you out there that stayed in here for the long haul. I do appreciate it. You throw light where there sometimes it might be darkness. The marijuana ordinance that was on tonight, I believe I have no problems with its structure, the legalities. I'm sure it was a great document. 60% of our residents voted in favor of a very open referendum last November. concerns I have with the, some of the items that were mentioned, 1,000 feet from, the Clerk Barry mentioned it, 1,000 feet from a residence and that. I just have some concerns the way it stands now that we might be seeing more of our township dollars spent to defend when various vendors may take us to court. I had some other comments to talk about the board's spending, but I'm sure it'll come back. The pass-through for the water bill, I'm still holding my chest on that one. I can't believe it. I'm sure we'll see it again, but it's very, very gracious. Finally, a little exercise. Look at the difference between politicians and public servants. Politicians and public servants. Eagle Scout Adrian Carreon, he showed us how it's done. We had a handout to look at. That young man fundraised a couple $1,000 in bottle returns. Got a few checks, a couple $100, but I think $2,000 in bottle returns. What he has done for the township here, this could be life-saving. Talk about ingenuity. Congratulate that young man on reaching his Eagle Scout badge. Last thing I'll say is week from today, I think we'll get out of here by then. Week from today is the 4th of July. Let's have a wonderful and safe holiday. Thank you.
Trustee Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. I just wanted to touch on some of the comments that were made by the speakers. Mr. Barrett, doesn't surprise me. We're paying a 25% 25% administrative fee for that. So 9 months, that seems really fair. I'm sorry. I'll come out to your house and I'd like to take a look at it. I'm glad that they fixed your sprinkler at least, and be careful in the winter, because as you say, we were told that the reason for that project was to prevent lawsuits, that pedestrians, walking without a sidewalk replacement plan. So to hear that they created a bird bath, for your sidewalks, it's really encouraging. Ms. Young, I watched the Facebook posts, and I think you're spot on, and I appreciate your input at these meetings, because you don't always agree with me. I'm not saying it because, you're just a big supporter of mine. You come knowledgeable of the issues, and your Facebook posts are spot on too. And when you look at an issue, you have an opinion. If it changes because you got more information, you're the first one to go to the podium and say, hey, listen, I did a little more research, and this is why I think differently now. And I respect that, and the more people like you that come to these meetings, the better government we'll have. Interesting, I bumped into the business owner for the Tombstone project and talked to him about his experience at the Planning Commission. He was very frustrated, said that he worked with a number of like business people, a lot of bar owners and club owners and brewery owners, and was very disappointed when they got together, sharing his stories about how his experience went dealing with trying to get a business off the ground. It's terribly frustrating. And he brought constructive concerns, and I said, how were they received? And he said that he was laughed at, that typically what happens is the person he was talking to said, I have hundreds of businesses that say we're the best to deal with, and so very dismissive of his specifics. And also very astute on the Facebook post with regard to substantial information being there. I take it that you weren't impressed with the supervisor's visit to the bingo match. He just happened to be there with his photographer and shaking hands with the bingo players, and that is unfortunately what we get. That's what he does. You called it fluffy stuff. That was generous. Mr. Kadich spoke of the Water Commission. Water Commission, I was loaded up for bear tonight because we had agreed a long time ago that pass-throughs would be legitimate pass-throughs. This pass-through was reminiscent of pre-White Paper, pre-Water Commission pass-throughs, where we're passing through the administrative costs in addition to what Great Lakes. It's not simply a pass-through. We carved out how we do that through the RTS. It's been years. That was supposed to be a port and a storm mechanism. It's been years. But what you got tonight was he knows he can't bring the proportional size water rate increase, even with all kinds of studies. He can't bring 30% in one whack. The township will go nuts. They slide it in, and I talk to Clerk Berry. I make a point to talk to her after the important people get together and discuss the agenda packet. It was a surprise to her. She was unaware that it had been put in. The interesting thing that you saw tonight is, I think, Treasurer Elliott, and I got to take exception, Mr. Speaker, you can't be blinded by the fact that she made a vote tonight that said to me, and she can speak for herself, her numbers background, she's not going to arrive just in time to spend $6 million. She's not going to arrive in time just to jack up the water rates, because the commingling of what Mr. Kadich and Mr. LaFata talked about with DPW and Water Department is so grotesque that you can't conceivably consider a water rate increase until you have efficiencies there. And the benchmark that we were supposed to use, if you recall, the thousands and thousands of dollars in BSNA software to make very detailed separations in projects, ask the supervisor how the BSNA implementation is going. Because I asked for a rundown of the cost associated with the fishing tournament that you thought you saw Facebook fluff at the bingo match. Wait till we get closer to the bass catching that's going to go on the end of July. When I asked for a detailed breakdown of what we're spending there potentially, he didn't know anything about it. The email response was, I just know there's a couple of committees, maybe Treasurer Elliott and Trustee Vosberg have volunteered, and I reached out to Treasurer Elliott. I said, I'm not going to get any information from this guy. Can you please? She said, you can have my seat. I said, I don't want to replace anybody. I just like to get some numbers. She is a numbers person. She is our treasurer, and she comes from a financial background. Her no vote tonight was not lost on me at all. We may not agree on everything, but I don't blame her. She shouldn't arrive on this board just to pick up the ineffective leadership bill that the supervisor's handing her. So she did the right thing. It'll be a tough day for you tomorrow, and I assume the rest of the week, but you did the right thing tonight, and I'm proud of that vote. Officer Baker did post on his Facebook page a very positive message and a desire to return to the oath that he took. And he was very quick to point out in his message that he holds no ill will. He doesn't want to come back into an environment where the township embraced him with love and support and then allow what was done to him to carry over into his return. And I applaud that. He pointed out that he has been reinstated, but he is not back to duty, that there are some administrative things that have to happen that are a combination of township and state actions, so there's some paperwork and some recertification that needs to be done, and he's going to continue to focus on his treatment and wait for all of those things to be in place. He has the insurance and the salary to pay his bills and get his treatment, which was the objective. I don't think that it was Trustee Anderson and I, but we were certainly appalled by the way that he was treated, and I won't spend any more time debating with fellow board members. They were told internally that this is an HR matter. The supervisor knew nothing about it. That was garbage. It was just flat out garbage. But if Josh is willing to set it aside, I have to be too. And anybody that was there at the event, the fundraiser event, can tell you that there's just love and support in the room. We had guests, and I forgot to mention them. from not only neighboring communities, but our friends, Brian Meeson, the president of New Haven, Ms. Shemansky, a council member over in New Baltimore. Prosecutor Lucido couldn't make it, but sent one of his representatives. And I was contacted by a number of law enforcement people from around the state and even Canada. The small town in Essex County, the deputy mayor reached out to me. They're concerned about care for their first responders and response to continuing traumatic events and how that impacts their community. And I'm going to meet with him tomorrow to discuss what I can, because as I indicated 2 weeks ago, when I brought up critical incident debriefs at the last public safety liaison meeting that we had, that was exactly the last public safety liaison meeting we had. Supervisor Kersten killed those meetings, and we call it a summer recess. We're not going to be meeting until September, when Director Bassett assures us that we'll get back on track. And I emailed him saying, if we're worried about getting off track, why don't we just stay on track and talk about, that's okay, and talk about critical incident debriefs. That's not, supervisor does not want that at all, and it's a shame. The commission of a water commission, we'll never get that. You can't get a commission to talk about trauma informed and debriefs. So you're not going to get a water commission, Mr. Kadich. They're going to continue to spend money without regard, and they're going to make it up on the water rate. That's the game plan going forward, and we'll borrow our way to growth with bond initiatives. Officer Baker's coming back with a good heart, and I want to support that. A lot of people have reached out to me, and they're surprised. They know that Trustee Joseph has been a big supporter of now Supervisor Kersten for a better part of a decade, and they watched the last meeting where I said there would be no grudges, we can work things out, and he kind of indicated thanks for the offer, but nope, no sale. And people ask me, how I felt about that, and I really don't feel any kind of way. It speaks to his character. And there are a lot more people that have loved and supported him of greater proportion to me that he's betrayed. So I'm nothing special. I don't worry about that. I would like to close with some thank yous. Over the weekend, I was contacted by a Girl Scout troop leader out of Carcanord Elementary, and they had a big event. They were at a pavilion at Brandenburg, but with the storms predicted, she asked if there was anything available in the township. And so I reached out to Ms. Garby, Karen Garby, who has always taken my emails and text messages and always been very supportive of me, even despite the fact that she works for, Supervisor Kersten, who's not a fan. Karen reached out immediately on a weekend and said, I'll talk with our Parks and Rec staff, and Michelle Vannerson put together some space at the community center. When I went over to the community center, we have two staff there, a woman by the name of Joanne and a young man named Jax. And they were very, very gracious, and on very short notice, had about 40 Girl Scouts who would have had their jamboree upside down and not, taken place, and a lot of parents. And that, I think, is an example of what we want to highlight in our township employees. And so maybe, Ms. Young, maybe we could get some pictures of Joanne and Jax attending to community center people, and maybe take a pass on Supervisor Kersten's rounds at the bingo match. But I am appreciative for Jax and Joanne, and I am greatly appreciative of Ms. Garby and Ms. Vannerson. And I had in my notes, too, a very special thank you to Adrian J. Carreon, who put together a wonderful Eagle Scout project in conjunction with our support and guidance from our fire department. So long night, but good night, I think, on the whole. Thank you.
Trustee Domingue.
Congratulations, Adrian, on his Eagle Scout. Great project. I know I donated a couple bagfuls of bottles to him. Thank you to Jill from Giffords Webster for all the work she put in and the time and for being here tonight. I wish everyone a happy 4th of July. Please be careful and respect your pets and neighbors if you're lighting off fireworks. We know how that affects animals, especially myself being a big animal lover. Also, the new paved pathway at Brandenburg looks great. Mr. Speaker, thank you for your alternative viewpoint for the Chesterfield community. And Mr. Joseph, thank you for your kind and thoughtful comments at the last meeting. I am sure that it took you a lot of time and effort, and I hope you slept well after those comments. Thank you. That's all I have.
Trustee Osberg.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. I have something written here. I'm not even going to read it, but I do want to congratulate Adrian Carreon, as everyone else, for achieving his Eagle Scout project and for improving our community. Chesterfield Township has benefited greatly from the service projects of our scouting groups and other youth organizations. We have many little plaques on various things around the historical village and other places in the community, and people do care, and for that we notice and are very appreciative. Thank you.
Treasurer Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. I want to address a few of the comments tonight. For me to write a check for Christine Dunduven out of the township funds would be highly inappropriate. She does have an issue with the union, and when she did come to the township, I took her over, talked about her FOIA and all the appropriate records so that she can contact the union. She does have to work with the union and her union representatives. She never worked in my office. I do share things, often share openings here in the township on my Facebook page, and if people apply for the jobs and get interviews or get hired, that is between them and those departments that hire them. Mr. Joseph is correct. I am a numbers person, and this township I will only I will only vote for things when I have all of the details, full amortization schedules, full agenda items are fully prepared, and they are posted in a timely manner. With a heavy agenda like this, there were some things that maybe have been left out that maybe it should wait till next board meeting when we're fully prepared and when the bonds are issued. How you're going to pay for things and a full repayment schedule does make sense in considering these items. The other agenda item did fail and didn't get support, and so it seems to me that that also needs to have a little bit more communication. Tonight, there was a lot of talk about the master plan, and Trustee Joseph talked about the master plan. I heard the Planning Commission talk about the master plan, and respect for the master plan. The Planning Commissioner, who Rich had talked about blending cannabis into the master plan, and we do need to respect what the overall master plan that was put forth by this board, and blending cannabis or any other decisions within that master plan does seem to be something that we've talked about a lot in the last couple of months. There's been some varied interpretations. There's been some comment and discussion, not just about cannabis, but also about other issues. And the difference tonight and the last couple of months' board meetings is this was probably the most divisive agenda items that we've ever had since I've been on this board. And what I can tell you is that the tone between the board members was probably one of the best. And I do have to say that I appreciate it's been more divisive. It has been much more divisive than it was tonight. And We had very good discourse, very good conversation. There was no name calling or not an abundance of name calling. I do want to mention some of the speakers during the cannabis issue. Wendy Jones came up and spoke, and she was served as a zoning board member for a long time. She understands the issue, and she understands zoning regulations. She she requested that we uphold the Planning Commission request. Mr. Hostler came up and he spoke about a 2,000-foot setback in some communities. I did hear people say that they wondered what communities those were. And Grand Rapids has a 1,000-foot setback, and in some instances has 2,000-foot setback. There was the word misleading used. Mr. Hostler spoke to it. Also, in the ballot language was very confusing. I had spoken about that when the ballot language was introduced. When Clerk Barry and I have had extensive conversations about this issue in the last couple of weeks, and she proposed a change to a 500-foot setback. And after she spoke with me today about it, she had hung up the phone, and she had, after the ballot was proposed, she had dropped off a big stack of documents and a folder and a binder, and I had looked through that, and it looks like Giffords-Webster over the years had produced several maps, and one of those maps did happen to have the 500-foot setback on it, and in that map that was in that folder would have doubled or tripled, more than doubled. I'll just say it wasn't triple, but it was more than double the amount of properties available in that particular map. Now, I don't know what all of the parameters were within that particular map because that was an old one, and that was something that I saw only an hour before this meeting. And so that takes me back to when the friendly amendment was requested. You take a look at we haven't done that full due diligence that the Planning Commission has done. And excuse me. The Planning Commission, when somebody said they didn't consider the measuring tool, the members were sitting up here and they were shaking their heads saying, yes, we did. And so they had considered that. I'd also look back to the 12/21/2021 meeting, and for those of you who may have been here, I was mocked for asking, how much is 1,000 feet? What does that visually look like? And today, when I had looked up again the 1,000 feet question, I had Googled it just with my phone. This was earlier today. And it was funny, one of the links that I clicked said, 1,000 feet might be hard for somebody so here are a few examples. Well, my husband says, what are you looking at? And I told him, and he says, let me get the finder that he uses when he goes hunting. And he says, takes me out to the front yard, and he says, this is what 1,000 feet is, that house. We look straight down the road, 1,000 feet's that house, 750 feet is that house, 500 feet is that house. Now I understand, now I have a perspective. To cut it in half is a quite significant change. And well, so these are just some things to think about. I think there was a lot of good points brought up during that. I think that you have a planning commission and you respect them and you understand that. I do know that a couple items have come to the planning commission, have come to this board through the planning commission, and this board has had different perspectives. That was basically a very different issue than this particular one. I do want to commend the board again on their attitude towards each other. I want to, hopefully we can continue to work together as we go forward and we talk about things, say like master plans and development along Gratiot, M59, 23 mile, 26 mile. We do need to have a working board. And it would be my request to this board is to have respectful conversations. It doesn't matter if you like or dislike each other, or even if you like or dislike me. I don't know if I have many friends someday on this board or not, or even out in the audience or within the community. But I'm going to do what's right at the end of the day and live with that, or what I believe is right, based on the information that I have at hand. Thank you.
Clerk Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. I'll keep it brief. I cast more no votes today than I normally do, and I normally don't explain them. I always explain that anyone who has a question about any vote I take is welcome to contact me. I'd be happy to go through it with them. Because Treasurer Elliott's right. You have to be right with yourself in the votes that you take, because at the end of the day, you have to be able to defend them. I think the cannabis vote, it doesn't need any explanation. I think it was quite clear about my no vote there. I'll say this. I recognize the Planning Commission's work, but I think this has got this one wrong. Not just wrong, but way wrong. And we are going to see some tremendous, perhaps unintended consequences that I didn't mention, and there's a reason I didn't mention them, but I'm going to mention them now. Board members, I was contacted prior to this that there will probably be a referendum coming, probably for this November. If that's the case, ironically enough, those petition signatures will be due into my office the same day that our ordinance goes into effect, which is August 1. The last time that this occurred, we did not have to bear any of the costs because it was part of a federal election. That will not be the case this November. We will bear 100% of the costs of that. The costs now of even having an election are extraordinarily higher than they ever were because of Prop 22-2. There are some ways we'll be able to cut costs. However, it will be a very hefty bill, probably somewhere in the low to mid six figures. Just want to give everyone that primer to let you know that that's, if they proceed in that way, that is what we can expect. I will continue to keep the board updated as those things occur. I didn't feel it was appropriate to make that statement during the conversation because I just didn't feel that that was the right time for it, but I do want to let the board know it now that that vote has now occurred. With regards to my other no votes, the item H, which is the facilities and operations, I don't have an issue with the demolition of Fire Station 2, except for I'd like to put that on hold because as of right now, we do not have a plan for accommodating future elections in Chesterfield Township with the new proposal. And until we get that plan in place, I don't feel comfortable letting go of any of our township-owned properties. Even though we may or may not use them, that one probably would not be used, but perhaps it would be for storage or some other reason. I'm just very uncomfortable I just like a moratorium on that until we have a plan in place to accommodate the requirements for future elections here. So that was the reason for my no vote on that. Not no forever, but no right now until we can be sure that that facility won't be needed. It's going to go forward anyway, but so we'll adjust to that. But that was my reason for my no vote. My reason for the no vote on the item with the Northeast Sanitary Sewer, I did have some questions regarding the bonding and so forth that I haven't had answered yet. Again, not a no necessarily forever on that. If it can be, if I can get a couple more questions answered, but Treasurer Elliott alluded to the communication issue, and I think we just have some work to do there. So, but that's my no vote on that one. And with regards to the last item, I just didn't think we had adequate time or energy tonight to get into that. I think it deserved more time and more attention by board members because, as our resident pointed out, that's a big one. That's a very big one. It's going to affect a lot of people, and I just didn't think that 11 o'clock at night after kind of a marathon meeting was the time to discuss that adequately. So that's the only reason I didn't support it tonight is I just don't think it was the right meeting to have it on, and I'd like to see it on a meeting where we can give it its due attention. So I'm going to keep it short because of that, and I want to thank everyone, wish everyone a happy 4th of July, and we will see you after the holidays enjoy your family and friends. Thank you.
I'm going to keep it shorter. I have never heard any more disingenuous posturing than this tonight, and it is embarrassing. And please, don't feel sorry for me. Mr. Speaker, there will never be a police officer or any employee that shows up in this township prepared to put on a uniform, drive a township vehicle, who tests positive for drugs, period. I didn't respond to you. I didn't respond. No, he didn't. He was offered help. He rejected it. No, he didn't. Mr. Speaker, you're right. You're right. And if you showed up here and an employee, I'd do the same thing to you.
I would never work for you.
Be quiet.
No, you